position if you do it. I don't know if you all caught the difference. If you do it the latter way, than if you do it the first way. Because the first way, when I read it, it's kind of like you're rediscovering a question over and over again every time, and that's really pointless because they all fit into these categories. They all fit into these patterns. So it's just people worry about speed. You know, and I don't think there's ever an easy answer to those questions, but about how do I increase speed? I do think the answer lies in knowing question types and making it automatic. So again, you don't read. I'll do this on question 5. In the passage, the author conjectures that a cause of the deep rift between fiction and poetry in the United States may be the. Oh, okay. The author conjectures that a cause of the deep rift between poetry. Like, if you're doing that, you're in trouble. But if you sit there and you're like, oh, this looks like a detailed question. Okay, what's my strategy for detailed questions? Oh, great. I go back. I use the structure as a framework. I see what they're referring to, and I simply apply it. And I'm mindful of the fact that whatever your strategy is, and we'll talk about them,
We think we have a little bit of a difficulty here. I'll let Jimmy know that we can't hear him. You can hear me, right? But I don't hear Jimmy yet. So time to soft shoe Heidi Cruz. That's right. Yes, Max. You want to say hi to everybody?
No.
Okay. I don't want. Yeah, they're.
Dad.
Yes, Max.
Hey, can you all hear me now?
Next day, Mama and me are making a nest.
How about now?
At night.
Okay.
And I need to.
Okay, cool. I'm sorry, guys. It looks like we got muted for a moment. I think we're back.
What do we draw? We draw.
What do we draw on? I think we're back.
Paper. What are we not drawing? The wall.
Dave.
Right.
Dave, you there?
Okay.
So.
Wow.
So
Jimmy,
I'm back.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, guys.
He is adorable.
Jimmy,
I'm gonna mute you.
Dave, I don't think you.
Jimmy, do you know that you are not available?
Oh, I'm back. Do you know?
You lost.
Okay.
You can hear Jimmy now.
Cool. Sorry, guys.
Oh, great.
I think they can all hear me.
Okay, great.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. Let me ask you this though. I think we got a little muted on 5. I pretty much did the same thing as I did on 4. My point is this: do you get what I'm saying about the difference? Yeah, Nancy, that's cool. I did the same thing on 5 that I did on 4. I'll do it again. Let me just show you an example. So if I were to read 5, there's a difference between doing it the first way and then doing it the second way. If you read 5 and you're like, in the passage, the author conjectures that a cause of the deep rift between fiction and poetry in the United States may be that. Okay, this is dense. Let me think again. Okay, the passage, the author conjectures that a cause of the deep rift between fiction and poetry in the United States may be that a cause of the deep rift. Like, that's not effective. Here's what's effective. Reading it being like, okay, in the passage, the author conjectures that a cause of the deep rift between fiction and poetry in the United States may be that. Okay, I think this is a detailed question. Great, because they're not asking for an inference. They're not whatever. They want to know something specific. It's not a main point. It's a detailed question. Let me go to my strategy for detailed questions, and I will use this as a so. You basically use this as a template for like, okay, it's a detailed question, go to my strategy for detailed questions. When I say a template, I mean there's like this sort of like one size fits all for question types. If you identify that 5's a detailed question, and then you use your strategy for detailed questions, you've got a template for how you deal with detailed questions. Now, granted, the content changes. You know, It's a different passage than maybe another one you would do a detailed question on, a different part of a passage, but that doesn't matter because you're going to approach every detailed question in the same way, regardless of content. You're going to go back, you're going to make sure you get it right. Same, you do the same. We'll talk about question types, but my point is, rather than sort of like rereading every question every time like it's entirely new to you, instead you're going to look for the pattern, and the pattern is the question type. And then you just apply, you identify the question type, and then you apply your specific strategy for a question type to the new content of this passage and this specific part of the passage. It's a much more powerful and effective strategy rather than sort of like having a loose understanding of question types and not really taking advantage of it. And again, I know we haven't gone over question types yet. I just wanted to show you the importance of it. Does all this make sense, sort of? Can all of you see what I'm saying about why learning question types is effective? Good, good. So I want to really solidify my point. When you do logical reasoning, the bread and butter, if you're doing it right, is to know question types. You want to know, like when you do this course, and if you've taken any other courses, when you start learning logical reasoning, you learn, oh, okay, this is a I don't know, 7th Sage may call it something different, but this is a must-be-true question. And this is a most strongly supported question. And this is a negative, a necessary assumption question, not to be confused with a sufficient assumption question. Like, why do we do that? Can anyone take a guess? Feel free to write on chat. Why do we know question types for logical reasoning? Exactly, Joseph. So you know we can attack the question appropriately. Joseph, you said, so you know that what strategy to apply immediately. And yeah, everyone's saying about the same thing. You know, you identify the question and then you have your strategy, right? Because you're going to attack a necessary assumption question entirely differently than you would a sufficient assumption question. You're going to attack a I don't know exactly what 7th Sage calls it, but a must-be-true question differently than you would a most strongly supported question or a method of reasoning question, right? So the funny thing is, we do this for logical reasoning, but somehow we forget about this concept when we do reading comp. We're just like, oh, I'll do it. I'll just answer the questions. No, you want to do the same thing. You're going to save time. You're going to be much more effective. You're going to be efficient and effective if you know question types. So does all that make sense? Does the why we're doing this make sense? I hope. Cool. All right. Good. Now that I have your attention, we're going to get to question types. So I base my question types on the LSAT trainer, and I'm in New York. I live in California, but I'm in New York for the holidays, and some family stuff. So, Joe, are you from Long Island? Where in Long Island? Merrick. Whoa. Okay, cool. I grew up in. I'm sorry. I need to address this with Joe, and I will talk to Seema about Cali. Joe, I'm Orange County. Nice, Nancy. I'm from Brentwood, New York, and my mother currently lives in Holbrook. Yeah, Suffolk County. And Seema, you're from California. Where in California are you? Oh God, it's gorgeous. So I live just outside of Berkeley in a town called Albany. Oh, nice. Sunnyvale, LA. Yeah. I mean, Joe, I love New York, but the California sunshine, I mean, no matter where you live, it can't be beat. The weather, I mean, especially where I live, right outside of Berkeley, it's springtime all year round, and my favorite season, spring. It rarely goes below 50. I know it's like 55, I think, in the winter on average, and then it's 65 to 70 near Berkeley. Um, so it's great all year round. Although, Joe, you might agree with me. We're The weather is pretty damn nice in New York right now. At least the past few days, it's been around 60. I don't know, I guess climate change is happening, but the benefit is I shouldn't say benefit, but I have to say it's been. I looked at the temperature, and like the temperature for the past week in New York has been pretty comparable to what it would be if I was in Berkeley. So it's pretty interesting. Um, yeah. Oh, Sherry, you were in San Fran for in the '90s. Yeah, California is gorgeous. I was taking it for granted, but I'm not going to anymore. So cool. I think the funny thing is, for those of us in New York, we're probably getting comparable weather right now. Um, but uh, but cool. I'm glad everyone appreciates the gorgeous weather of California. For those of you who haven't been to California, please take a trip. It's not just the stereotype of what people think it is. It's just gorgeous, gorgeous land in beautiful weather. Horses, farms, wineries, nice people. Yeah, everyone's friendly. I feel like I'm always being hit on, but that's obviously not happening. Just knowing myself. Uh, but um, but cool. So let us discuss our question types. Um, so a couple things. One, um, the trainer does an amazing job. Sherry, I don't think I'm being hit on, by the way. The people are just really nice, but I'd like to think I am. It certainly doesn't happen in New York. But the question types are laid out very well in the LSAT trainer for reading comprehension. Um, so um, you want to, if you can, get that book. I think it's worth it. Now, I have a more basic. You're going to see this list. By the way, I want to thank quickly. I want to thank David. I didn't have my book on me. He was kind enough to give me the list just to make sure we caught everything. You don't have to be as exhaustive as this list, as long as you get the general gist of what they're looking for. But we're going to base it on this. A lot of these, by the way, you're going to see if you know your reading, your logical reasoning question types. This is like basic stuff from logical reasoning. You'll probably be in good shape. And the funny thing is that, like, because if you already know question types from logical reasoning, you're going to be in good shape for this stuff, for reading comp, because it's a much more basic version of it. But again, most people don't take advantage of it. But luckily, all of you are. So I'm going to go down the list here, and we'll throw out basic definitions of what the question type is, what they look like, and then what the strategy is. So let's start. Main point. So yes, these are from the trainer. So main point. Anyone want to throw out a definition of what the main point questions are like? What is a main point question asking for? If anyone wants to, well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we, maybe just to make it a little more engaging, if anyone wants to, it might take too much time. I'll tell you, let's just leave it at this. If anyone wants to write it in chat, what would you say your definition is? Okay, let me see. Sherry, primary subject matter of the passage. Yeah, I think that's fair, right? I'll go a step further. What is right, like the main point of anything? What's the focus of it? What's the main thrust? What are they basically arguing? Yeah, SEMA, author's main idea. That's fair, right? I always try to be careful, because once we say author, people like think, oh, author's point of view, and they can intertwine. But yeah, it is the author's, right? The author's writing it, but it's the focus. It's the main idea. SEMA, excellent. The central argument. Yeah. Nancy, 1 or 2 sentence summary of the subject. Cool. And again, you don't have to write, if you're going to write this stuff, you don't have to write out if you're taking notes, by the way, which is a different topic, you don't have to write out 1 or 2 sentences, but as long as you have a basic phrase of what the main idea is. Joseph, what is the passage looking to convince me of? That's fair, right? That makes sense. Mega, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. What is the passage trying to tell me? Excellent. Yeah, and I want to really focus on its, yeah, exactly. Sherry, thank you. I think Joseph did hit it on the head. What is the passage looking to convince me of? And someone else said something about central argument. I think if you're, by the way, I encourage you to take notes right now. These are worth it. 2 things. One, you don't want to lose this material. And the other is, there have been plenty of studies that have been done that show if you take notes, you're far more likely to retain the information, even if you don't look back at it. So, and I would encourage you to look back at your notes, but please take it, like, if you're going to be doing this, if you're going to set aside this time on a Saturday, please, especially some of you in California, so you're up at 9 a.m. right now, 9:24. Take the time to write. Just if you need a moment, go grab something, or if you want to open up a file on your computer, take notes. It's worth it. So it'll help you retain it. So whatever you guys want to write for main point, central argument, what is the passage trying to tell me? I also want to make one other point. If you're ever unsure about what the main point is, I think a good way I like to think of it is this. It's the ultimate argument. So everything else is supporting it. It's like the top of the umbrella, if that makes any sense. So if you find like a premise in there, or it's an intermediate conclusion, if it's supporting something else, then it's not the main point. Like the main point is what everything is coming together to support. The main point is not supporting a higher point. It is the highest point, if that makes any sense, I hope. But I don't know if we need to get into that level of detail, so forgive me if I'm confusing anybody. I hope I'm not. I think if you stick with what Joseph said and what Seema said, and by the way, they're all good answers, but I think those two can kind of crystallize for people the central argument and what is the passage looking to convince me of. So that's your definition for main point. And then generally, how are these things phrased? So for me, I mean, you know, again, you'll see sometimes they'll say main point of the passage, or they'll say primary purpose. So you want to look out for phrases like that, main point, primary purpose, if that makes any sense. Can anyone else think of any language that would indicate main point question? The reason, by the way, the reason I'm saying to look out for language is because, I mean, that's what's gonna make a difference, right? You want to be able to see the language and then comfortably say, oh, this is a main point question. So again, yeah, main point or primary purpose, or primary point or main purpose or central argument, anything like that will tell you it's a main point question. Now the other issue with main point is scope. I think for the most part on the LSAT, forgive me, I think I've got everything. It's been a while since I took it. I last took it in June, and I also teach 3 other standardized tests. I think it's fair to say that the LSAT questions generally focus on the main point of the overall passage. There might be some questions, though, that focus on, like, when I'm talking about scope, it might not just be about the whole passage. It might be about a paragraph. So they might say, what's the primary purpose of the second paragraph? And again, this is where scope comes into play, because the main point or the primary purpose of the second paragraph isn't necessarily the main point or primary purpose of the passage as a whole. So just be mindful of scope. And again, you would do the same thing. Well, what's the ultimate argument? What's the central argument of that paragraph? Does that make sense? I hope. And by the way, so your strategy, I think with this one, I think if you're doing the LSAT, I think the strategy is pretty cut and dry. In that, hey, what's the main point? I think at this point you all know, you have a sense of, you were doing much higher order stuff with the LSAT, so you have a sense of what they mean by main point. So again, just what's the ultimate argument? What's the central argument? That's the gist of this. Okay, general organization. So if you don't mind, I'm going to move on to general organization questions. So general organization questions are interesting. They're basically asking what, how is this, and this is why structure is important. How is this passage flowing? What's going on here? From a bird's eye view, what are they doing? And it can get a little bit tricky because they'll put it in very broad language, the answer choices. Like they're not going to say, oh, well, here the author introduces chemical bonding, and then in the next paragraph they talk about molecules, and the third paragraph they talk about atoms, and then the fourth paragraph they talk about how the two are, like, I'm sorry if I'm butchering any of this science, it was not my major, but my point is they don't get specific, which can throw people off. It's very general. So they'll say stuff like, an idea is introduced, a critique of the idea is given, and then support for that critique is given. Does that make sense? That's what they're looking for with these questions. But they basically want your sense of, a bird's eye view of what's going on here. And again, if you're comfortable with, say, method of reasoning questions on logical reasoning, I think you'll be in good shape here. These aren't too bad. Does anyone have any suggestion on what the language might be for these general organization questions? Does anyone have any suggestions on what the language is? Any ideas? Like, does anyone know like what type of language we see that would tip us off that this is a general organization question? And by the way, Preeti, I hope I'm not butchering your name. I will get to your point in a moment, but good, Mega. Again, I hope I'm not butchering your name. The passage proceeds by, right? So something like that is going to tell you, okay, this is a general organization question. They basically want to say, what do they do? So Seema, that maybe you outline each pair. That we could talk about that in strategy. I promise you we will. Cool. Okay, cool. Emily, the second paragraph plays which one of the following roles? Um, I think that's more of a purpose of paragraph one, which is the next one, but that's cool. We can relate that. Um, I think it's fair to say generally we're looking for what Mega said. The passage proceeds by. The passage proceeds by. Something along those lines. And again, you just want to basically bird's eye view, very general of what's going on. I think someone suggested, hey, you kind of organize in your mind, like, so you're like, okay, yeah, in the first paragraph they introduce an idea, the second one they introduce a theory, the second one they refute it, the third one they provide evidence for the refuting of it. So basically a bird's eye view of what's going on in each one, if that makes any sense. That's what you want to do. That's your strategy. And by the way, let me jump into something that I should have emphasized from the beginning. If you're not doing this, I think you're making a big mistake. For every one of these questions, main point, general organization, I don't care what it is, I want you to trying to think of the way to phrase it. Make a prediction before you look at the answer choices. I think most of you do that. If you don't, you want to make it a habit. I know that this is a concept that is I know people might worry about time, but I promise you it's going to make you get more questions right and save time. And the reason is, just really quickly, because if you make a prediction of what it is, one, it forces you to process the question. Two, it prevents you from picking attractor or sucker choices because you've now got a standard of what you want to apply to every answer choice. And if it doesn't meet that standard, well, then you can kick out the answer choice. So you're just in a much stronger position when you do that. So I want to do that for all of these questions. And by the way, you should do that for every question on this test. There might be some exceptions here and there with logic games, but for the most part, you want to make a prediction. I worked briefly for Kaplan, so I'll give them credit where credit's due. They have a great phrase, and again, I'm giving credit to Kaplan, so I don't think we're violating anything, so we're crediting them. They use this phrase, predict before you peak. Predict before you peak. So I want to do that for all of it, for just about all of these. Seema, but you don't do that for most strongly supported unless it says to identify the right conclusion, right? I do it for most strongly supported. It's a different question that we're on, but yeah, I do it for most strongly supported because, I'm assuming you mean for logical reasoning. Because again, you're aware of like, okay, most strongly supported. It doesn't have to be absolute. The way it must be true question would be, I have a little wiggle room, but I have a general idea of what I'm looking for. So yeah, I do it. And again, like you think of potential answers too. It doesn't mean you have to stick to it. You just have an idea of what you're looking for, what could fit. So let me go back real quick. So real quick, let me just apply that to this, and then we'll go back. I think someone had a question that I want to address. General organization. So you want to say, okay, the passage proceeds by. So you want to go back to basically when you were sort of annotating the structure of the passage. And then just a bird's eye view. Okay, this idea is you want to quickly make a prediction. You pre-phrase it in your mind, for someone's sake. Okay, the author is putting forth a dilemma, and then they bring up a theory of one way of explaining the dilemma or dealing with the dilemma, Then in the second paragraph, a different theory is outlined. In the third paragraph, the author, I don't know, explains the pros and cons of both theories. In the fourth paragraph, the author seems to take side with this other theory. I don't know. But something like that. And by the way, for those of you who don't have the trainer, get it. Like I said, it's worth it. The trainer emphasizes focusing on structure. And when you're reading these passages, I think that we're not going to get too much into what you do for passages because there are other workshops on that for reading passages, for actually reading the passage. But they talk about focusing on structure, so like the big picture rather than the details, essentially, and a bird's eye view of what's going on, so that you don't get like distracted by all the crazy details because you can always go back, but rather you have a framework of what's going on. So if you're doing that already, then you're in a great shape for a general organization question because you already have a big picture idea of what's going on aside from the details. So that's what you want to do, pre-phrase it and then go and evaluate the answer choices. So again, when you see, again, what we want to do is make this automated. We want to make it habit. Oh, the passage proceeds by great. It's a general organization question. All right, let me think about what's going on structure-wise. This is happening in the first paragraph. This is happening in the second paragraph. And usually, by the way, here's a good tip for you. They'll discuss it in terms of paragraphs. Like they'll usually say in the answer choices, in the first paragraph this happens, or they won't even say, they may not say paragraph, but they divide it by it. They'll say something like an idea is introduced, a problem is presented, one potential theory is given, then another, and then there's a, but so that's why like it's a good idea to like look at your idea of the structure based on paragraphs. Yeah, good, Joseph, great example of what it looks like. But that's how we attack these. I want to scroll up real quick. Someone said something early on I just want to address. Let's see. Okay, Pretty, I hope I'm not butchering your name. Most of my wrong answers are general organization questions. I find these the toughest. Could I be doing something wrong while reading the passage? So, Pretty, maybe, I will say this. The short answer to your question is that if you are doing what I suggest doing, I think that'll, and it's not, if what you're doing is different from what I just suggested, I think that may solve, I don't want, I mean this humbly, but I think that may solve your problems. But if you're already doing it, then give me some specifics. Is there anything in particular that are you doing what, Preeti, if you want to answer, are you basically doing what I've suggested, or are you doing something different? If you're doing something different, then try this. I think you'll be fine. I am trying to read for structure, but doing a good job of it. Or do you mean but not doing a good job of it? Is there be not? Okay, good, not. Okay, cool. So listen, I don't want to sidetrack. I think I kind of explained what structure was before, and it's not that I don't want to address your question. I do. I just think it might. I think it might just come down to yeah, question structure is, and so if you have a copy, okay, cool, that that might come down. That could come down to a number of things, and so I don't know if it's so much question type. I think it might be how you're reading, or it could be the fact that this is such a hard test. That's another thing that it could be. So I'll tell you what. Two things. One, I don't want to. We have so much to go through, so I don't want to. I think it's related to something else.
I'm gonna help you
So
out, Jimmy, too,
two
with this.
things.
I wanna mention something.
Yeah.
Preeti, there are two other reasons. I mean, the scope of this. I mean, Jimmy obviously will answer a bunch of questions, but he wants that we're focusing on question types. What this is dealing with seems to be a bit of how you go about reading. Now, Nicole Hopkins has a great video, if you haven't watched that, about how her notation, which I think will help. And also, I know that Corey Jansen is planning to do an active reading seminar on on RC as well. So those two resources, I think, will also be helpful in terms of dealing with this phasing out thing. In other words, staying present while you're reading. That's really not in the scope of what Jimmy's going to be dealing with today. Because question types in and of itself, we'll be lucky if we finish in 3 hours with what he's doing. I just want to keep the scope of this to what I think what it probably should be. Hopefully that's okay. Cool. All right, Jimmy. I'll leave you alone. Let's get back
No,
to
that's
it.
cool. Thank you. I think you probably articulated it a lot better than me. And again, it's not that I don't want to address your question. It's just that I think that, like David said, the you'll get more benefit. It'll be better addressed in one of those. And the other thing I will say to you is, I think you have my information. So if after doing any of those, you want to shoot me an email or message me, feel free. I'm happy to take the time. Even after this, if you want to chat one-on-one, I'm happy to go over the stuff with you with structure. So yeah. So cool. Let us move on to purpose of paragraph. I mean, again, I think we addressed purpose of paragraph. It's the same thing as a main point question, just addressed specifically to a paragraph. You know, what is the central argument? What are they trying to get at? So in the interest of time, I'm going to move forward past that. But is everyone cool on that? Purpose of paragraph. That's basically a main point question specific to the paragraph. Purpose of word or phrase. Okay. So this is interesting. Purpose of word or phrase. This is kind of like when I teach my SAT students. These are like what I would call for SAT vocabulary and context. And these questions are seemingly easy, but they're dangerous in a way. They don't go as crazy into big words with the LSAT, I think, the way they do on, say, the SAT. But in either case, the danger is that people look at the word or phrase and they ignore the context. They do it in part because maybe they're worried about time, or because they just they dismiss it. They're like, oh, I know this word, or I get this phrase. No, they're not. This is the LSAT. They're not going to make it that easy. Like, whenever you think something's going to be easy, I mean, well, let me not say that, because the first few questions on LR generally tend to be easy. But for the most part, whenever something appears to be easy on the LSAT, you usually want to be wary of it. So these questions, I mean, they are easy, but, like, there's a catch to it. If you just go on, oh, I know this word or phrase, like, they're probably not going to pick the common definition of the word. So you're probably going to get it wrong. Or the phrase. So you really want to focus on context. So I'm going to give you what I think is the best way of addressing this. Let's start with word. If it's a word, it takes a few extra seconds, but it's so worth it to get these right. Go back to the sentence that has the word. And maybe you'll read a few lines above or a few lines below. Here's what I do. I take my pencil. I cross out the word to the point where I cannot see the word. And there's a reason for this. And then I reread that sentence, or better yet, I reread a sentence above and a sentence below, and without the word. It's almost like treating it like a fill in the blank. And then I think, what word would I pick? What word would I pick to put it in there if that word were missing? And again, I cross the hell out of it and make sure I can't even see it. There's a reason for this. I'll discuss in a moment. But that's what I do with these. I cross out the word so I can't even see it. I reread the sentence, maybe even a few lines above, a few lines below for proper context. And then think about, okay, what word would I put in? That is now my prediction, or my pre-phrase of the answer. Then I go to the answer choices and I compare all those to my prediction. 99.9% of the time, if I do it that way, I get it right. If I don't do it that way, and I'm like, oh, okay, I know it's not often the common definition, I just got to be mindful of it, then there's a chance I could get it wrong. And the reason is because, let's take a word like appreciate, for example. Appreciate could have a lot of meanings. And even though we know that, we can be biased. Look, this test is like running a marathon. I mean, you think about it, it is. It's like running a mental marathon. You're compromised. And so our mind is likely to go for the path of least resistance. So we see a word like appreciate. We know that it could not be the most common definition, and it's supposed to be based on the context. But our minds just gravitate towards, what our primary idea of it is. So we're biased, even though we think we're going to be fine, we're still biased in favor of those common definitions. So that's why I highly recommend taking a second, cross out that word, and treat it like a fill in the blank and make a prediction. And I would say the same thing for a phrase. Like whatever they say, it's designed to bias you in favor of probably the wrong answer. So cross the thing out, go back, reread it, and put in what you would guess is your own word or phrase, and then use that to compare it to the answer choices. Does that make sense? Mitzi, so you're adding a different word. I'm not sure you mean by different word. I'm going to say this. You are using whatever word you would use if that word is not there. You're just treating it like a fill in the blank. You're guessing what word it is. Seema, thank you. I hope you're right. But Mitzi, I want to make sure, do you get this? Because maybe I didn't explain it well. So I want to make sure you get what I'm suggesting. You take the word out, good. Yeah, or you kind of guess what word. Here's a great way to think about this, and I'm sorry, this might actually work much better. I learned this strategy by teaching my SAT students. So let me just give you, Mitzi, have you taken the SAT? Long ago, okay. Do you remember where there would be sentences that had a word missing? Gina, great idea. I might do that, Gina. We're going to do examples after. Maybe I'll do one quickly to explain. Let me just finish this up with Mitzi, and maybe we'll do that right now. Mitzi, if you took the SAT, you saw those ones where words missing. You treat it like that. That's why I'm saying cross out the word they're asking about, and then just use the context to figure out what word you would put in, and use clues in the context. It could be as simple as, say, your own word. You don't have to be, it doesn't have to be some crazy big word. It could be a simple word. That's it. And then whatever word you'd use, you look for a synonym in the answer choices. That, in my opinion, is the foolproof way to get these right. Does that make more sense? Cool. Because otherwise you're biased. You can be biased towards like whatever word it is, like the most common definition, even if you don't think you are. I mean, I teach this for a living. And I'll fall for it sometimes because I will be biased in favor of whatever the most common definition is, just subconsciously. That's why I cross the hell out of it so it's black. I can't even see what the word is when I go to read it. And then I just think about my guess. Gina, I want to see an example. And by the way, I want you to know, everyone, I am going to do examples of this after we do these. Let me just see if I can find a quick one just to hammer this one home. Let's see. Bear me one moment, guys. Okay, so if you could, can y'all see my screen? Oh, shoot. So I'm not gonna, oh boy, what am I doing here? Okay, question 16. Can everyone see my screen? If you look at question 16, excellent. Question 16. Which of the following is closest to meaning to the word, which of the following is closest to meaning to the term strengthened, as that term is used in line 8 of the passage? All right. So now, unfortunately, I don't have, in the interest of time, we're not going to read the passage. And I don't have the ability to sort of like go and use my pencil and show you. But I'm going to show you I'm going to do my best to show you what I mean. So they're asking me, okay, let me tell you what I would do. See question 16. As soon as I see, phrase, which of the following is close to meaning to the term, right, and they give me a word. I identify this as let's see, what do they call it? Purpose of word or phrase, or as I would call it, vocab and context, whichever you prefer. I'll say, okay, I know what this is. Great. Now, what's my strategy? I'll go to line 16. Let's pretend I already read the passage. So line 16, let's see, Reverend. Oh, I'm the line 8. Excuse me, line 8. Thank you, Seema. Sorry, I got confused with the number of the question. Thank you. Um, but he law is strengthen. Strengthen is the first word in line 8. So we're going to assume I already read the whole paragraph, and then I'm just going to cross out the word strengthen. I'm going to take my pencil and just cross out that word. And then I'm going to say, okay, let me go back and just quickly read, if not that sentence, then maybe the whole a sentence or two above and below. And just again, this word is crossed out, so I don't see it. So I'm going to think, okay, what word would I put in there? What word or phrase would I put in there? That's my own word or phrase that would work in the context of this sentence and or group of sentences. And then whatever word that is or phrase that is, that's my own. Then I use that and I go back to the question and I find whichever answer choice matches what I picked. Does that make sense? Again, I didn't go through it. Do you have a set? You don't have to know exactly what we do for this question. I just want to make sure you understand the procedure of the strategy. Okay, cool. Seema, I don't know if it's A because I was reading it. I mean, if you guys want, we could go back and it sounds like we all did. Other than me, because I was just explaining it. I didn't read through the whole thing, but that's cool if you did. So those of you that did do that, Joseph and Seema, did that strategy work for you? Do you feel like it helped you? Cool. Okay. How about you, Joseph? Seema. Okay, good. Need to read context. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little worried about doing it. Like, if we just read this full paragraph, maybe we can get away with it. It's just that we haven't read the whole thing, um, the whole passage. So I think it'd be better to just. What I really want to know, though, is if you understand what I mean by the strategy. Cool. Okay. Cool. Now, is everyone okay with that, or because I'm just a little bit worried about time. I don't know if we necessarily need to read that paragraph and apply it together. If you want me to, I will. If everyone's like, no, 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 let's read that paragraph together and apply it and get it out of the way, I'll do it. I just want to make sure we're okay on time. We're good, Preeti? Okay, cool, cool. It's a simple strategy. All right, cool. All right, all righty. So, but thank you, Gina. By the way, if you want me to explain something more or better, if I can, I will. In the interest of time, don't be shy about asking. So thank you, Gina. I hope that helped. I think it did. Contextual definition, same sort of thing. I don't know if we need to go into it. It's not that different. They might apply it to a concept, but it's basically the same. I think it's the same thing. So I mean, it's just basing it around the context of it. I think we're okay on this one. It might not be. I don't think it's that different. Um, Usually, like I mean, I think it might be a little bit broader, where maybe they'll introduce a new idea, like trying to think. So it won't be a word, or even a specific phrase. Maybe it'll be like a definition that they give, like um, hmm, uh, think of my example. Um, Forgive this goofy example, but maybe they'll say, something like about like antiperspirant only um, deodorant, um, or no, excuse me, scented only deodorant as opposed to deodorants that are both antiperspirant and scented. I know I'm giving you a goofy example. I'm just sitting in my room looking at the deodorant stick I've got in front of me. So maybe they'll explain the definition between the two, and they'll define it, and then they'll say, okay, well, some deodorants um, just have a scent, so they'll make sure you smell okay. Others also have antiperspirant powers, so not only do you smell better, but you're not sweating, and they'll explain it. I think that's a goofy example of what they mean by contextual definition. Like if you just looked at it, you might not get it when they explain it. Um, I don't know if we need to worry about these so much. I think we're going to be fine on them. Um, I think it's just a broader idea of what they mean. They're probably easier in a way because they define it outright than they would say word or paragraph purpose. Okay, cool. So I think everyone's like, oh, we're all good. We don't want to hear about, yeah, the strategy. The strategy's not as specific, pretty, um, because it's not like it's not like they're giving you a word and it's entirely in context. You don't have the same pitfalls. Um, it's going to be more outright. They're going to basically explain what it is. So I think, they'll say something like, um, deodorant only deodorants, and they'll talk about like deodorants with antiperspirant, and then they'll explain it. It's going to be more overt and clearer, so you'll be able to get it without um, having to like substitute words, if that makes any sense. In fact, I don't think you're going to get too many of these, and if you do, they're going to be a lot easier because they're a little more cut and dry. So I wouldn't worry about these too much. Is that cool? Okay. So author opinion. So let me just dovetail. Let me just not dovetail. Let me just jump real quick um, to annotation. So I'm not doing the annotating one. This is focused entirely on reading comp question types. I'm assuming that you're going to learn annotating either through your own work, the trainer, or maybe one of these other workshops. Um, SEMA, sorry, contextual definition is similar to the vocab and context. It's broader. It's broader than vocab and context. It's they're going to give you a definition, and it's not going to be just some single word. It's going to be more overt so that they're clear on it, if that makes any sense. It's I wouldn't even. It's somewhat similar in context, but because it's not so specific and subtle, the way they phrase it, um, you'll it'll be much more clear. It's much more cut and dry and easier to get. They'll basically define. They'll say, hey, I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example. They'll say, I think that they'll just be clear about this new thing that they're defining. Um, Maybe miniature poodles as opposed to toy poodles. So it's like you just know straight up they're two different things, and they'll give you an explanation of a miniature poodle, and then they'll give you an explanation of a toy poodle. So it's not like you have to go read into the sentence and look for the key word and substitute it. They'll be more overt about what the new concept of it is and defining it. So they're pretty cut and dry. I don't think you don't have the short answer to your question is you don't have to use the same strategy that you would for a vocab and context or purposive word. Hope that helps. If not, let me know. I'm going to proceed to, so you pick the answer choice that differentiates the definition. I'm not sure what you mean by differentiates, but that is the definition. You pick the answer choice that is the definition. Does that make sense? It's not always between two concepts. I was just giving an example. If they ask about, so if they're asking about what a toy poodle is, then you're going to give the definition of what a toy poodle is. Yeah, yeah. I think Charnay gave a great example. The phrase X is, I'm sorry, maybe I should have given a better example, but that's what you want to look for. I don't have a specific strategy I do for those. I think they're pretty cut and dry. When you're reading for the big picture, forgive me, I probably should have done a better job of explaining this one. I think I take those for granted a little bit, and so that's on me. I apologize. But Charnay gave a great example of what the contextual definition ones look like. So like I was saying, they're more cut and dry. So you can go and be like, oh, okay, I get it. I get what this means. They use this phrase about whatever it is. I don't know, toy poodle or fire-breathing dragon, and they explain it, or they kind of give you some clue as to it, so you want to think it through and see if you can kind of infer what the definition is. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. I don't want to go to examples right now, but if we come across it, because they're not as common. If we come across it, we'll. I'm sorry if I took someone for a little bit. It's just that it's not as they don't appear as much, and um, they're much more cut and dry. If we come across one when we're doing our examples later, then we'll address it in more depth. But I think we're okay on it. But back to author's opinion overall. So if you're doing one of the things, no matter what you're doing for annotating, one of the things I hope you're doing is being on the lookout for author's opinion. Some people call it point of view, author's point of view. By the way, there could be other points of view. You know, you could have the author's point of view, then you could have different theories. So you want to be careful about confusing the two. But generally, the author has a point of view. It's the LSAT, so it's not going to be so cut and dry. It might be subtle. But whatever you're doing to annotate and to read your passages, you definitely want to have some way of including author's opinion. I'm not sure what they do in the work what Nicole does in her workshops. She sounds pretty solid, so I'm sure she includes something on it. If you read the trainer has some stuff, but you need something when you're whatever you're doing for notes. And again, I'm flexible on this. Whatever you want to do is up to you. But I definitely think you should be on the lookout for the author's opinion, or point of view, or author's attitude. But something, be on the lookout for it, because you're gonna need it. That's one thing that should be included in any good system of annotating. And one tip on this is, it is subtle, so you want to just, if it seems like the author's point of view, you want to be mindful of it. And Seema asked me if I'm big on annotating. I am. I annotate pretty efficiently, though, so I do think it's worth it. I know there's limited time, but I think it's important. Let me see. Not just noting the main points, author's opinions, changing two arguments. No, Seema, good follow-up question. So I'm efficient at it. I don't go too crazy. I think as long as you've got the main points, author's opinion, and then other sub-opinions, then you're pretty good. I mean, there are other things that I annotate that are specific to me. I don't want to get into it too much because I don't think it'll be helpful for our work right now. But I think as long as you're doing that, as long as you're doing the basics of the main point and the author's opinion and any other sub-opinions, I think you're in good shape.
I think
But
the
I do
common,
want to
I
emphasize
think the general
author's opinion.
wisdom about annotation with
I'm
reading
sorry?
that everyone has their own. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I think whatever works. And yeah, there's a bunch out there, and I think Jimmy, if you want to do another workshop where you actually do discuss the annotations, just your particular annotations, that would be great.
Oh, thanks, David. Yeah, and by the way, I'm happy to do it. I just didn't want to step on the toes of anyone who's.
No, I think you're great to just stay on topic with this is question types, because question types
Yeah.
is so hard, and you're doing it. I love what you're doing. I just want to make sure we stay on that topic. Perfect.
Sure. Yeah. No. Thanks. But I'm open, by the way, to doing a workshop on annotating, or anything. So happy to do it. But I guess the point I'm trying to make, and forgive me if I'm not doing it as well as I should. The point I'm trying to make is, whatever you're doing, and I don't blame you for asking questions about annotating, because we're always trying to figure out what the best way to do it is. But I will make I have a strong opinion about this, that I think is important. Whatever you're doing for annotating, you need to have something that includes author's opinion. And I think those of you that are annotating do, or whatever your approach to reading is, you need to be on the lookout for the author's opinion. Whether you call it author's attitude, point of view, it doesn't matter. You need, in some shape or form, to be looking for author's opinion. And if you have any specific questions on it, on annotating later on, either feel free to shoot me an email, or maybe we'll do a workshop on it. But just make sure you're looking for author's opinion. That has to be one of the things in your bread and butter annotating, or reading. Okay, that being said, and thanks for your kind words, Joe. That being said, so let's assume we're all on the lookout for author's opinion as we're doing this. The reason we are is because there are so many questions that are based on or include some element of author's opinion. So, for example, general author opinion. This one's pretty cut and dry. If you've been doing your annotating, then I think that you should be in pretty good shape to answer these. And again, it's general. Like, just basically like you're making an inference. It doesn't have to be airtight, but you just are like, yeah, okay, it seems like this author is in favor of this theory here. So if that's the general gist of the author's opinion, then that's what you should be looking for in your answer choices. Does anyone have an example of what a question about general author opinion would look like, about the phrasing? Does anyone want to type something out? SEMA, author supports theory A. Um, I could be wrong. That looks a little bit like what it could be an answer. I'm looking for, and I could be wrong. Forgive me if I'm wrong, Seema. It may be a little specific because it does sound like more like an answer. I'm thinking about what are examples of language of what the question would look like. Let me look at some of these other ones. Gina, the author would agree with the following. Good, good. That's very broad, right? So Gina, when you see something like that, and everyone, when you see something like what Gina wrote, and feel free to write these down as examples. When you see something like what Gina wrote, the author would agree with the following. Again, you want to in your brain, you want to be like, okay, let's see, maybe you want to take a big look at what you annotated for author's point of view. You want to just look at that for a second and be like, okay, so the author's generally in favor of the idea. I'm just going to throw an example. The author's generally in favor of this type of climate change. And although the author believes in climate change, they're not, they think this is more likely the cause and not the other thing. They're more warm to this idea and not the other. Something like that. That's what you want to be doing in your head when you see that so you make a prediction. And then, of course, maybe your prediction will be too broad, but the point is that you'll have some sense of things, so you're not a sitting duck for the attractor choices when you go into the answer choices. So get a sense of what the author's thinking, and then go into the answer choices. And then let me see some of the other. Oh, Preeti, the author is likely to agree with. Yeah, again, that's a great phrasing. So you usually see something like author and agree with. Those are common elements of general author opinion questions. Even if they're giving you specific things in the answer choices, if you have a general sense of how the author feels, then you can apply it. But yeah, usually for a general author opinion question, they'll ask, it'll be more broad, like they'll somehow ask about, how the author feels about this overall idea. But again, I don't think there's any rocket science to these questions. As long as you're annotating about author's opinion, you'll be in good shape. I don't want to get too much in annotating for the purposes of, again, not that I don't want to, but just for the purposes of staying focused on this. But one tip I will give you, again, because it's the LSAT, and look, they're not going to scream out and say, you've all done writing since you've all done formal writing, since high school, middle school. Like, we're taught generally not to say I think, I believe. That's not how we write. It's not formal writing. At least not for these purposes. So you're not going to see that. So it's not going to be obvious what the author's opinion is. So any good annotating strategy, looking for author's opinion, you want to look for like clues of what the author thinks. So if there are subtle clues, you want to like sort of like have your ear attuned to that, so to speak. So if the author says something like along the lines of, while the second approach was not quite as helpful, the third approach was slightly more effective. Again, I'm using very subtle words here. While the second approach was not quite as helpful, the third approach was slightly more effective. Again, subtle. But what does that tell you? It tells you the author is more keen on the third approach, whatever it is, rather than the second approach. Again, they're not saying, I think the third approach is better. They're subtly giving you these phrases and adjectives to give you a sense of what they think. So you always want to be mindful of anything that gives you a clue as to how the author feels, if that makes sense. It's going to be subtle, so you look for clues. Okay, that being said, we have a general idea of what general author's opinion is. Same sort of deal for specific author opinion, or specific opinion. We'll talk about specific opinion in a moment, but a specific author opinion. So I think some of the phrases y'all gave me for specific author opinion is fine. Are fine. Like for some of the phrases y'all gave me for general author opinion might actually even fit with specific author opinion. Like Sugina gave one. The author would agree with the following, right? You could have that could be about the broad idea, knowing the broad idea of what the author would agree with, or a specific one. But the point is that could be applied to something specific, like because they could just give specific ideas. If you know the author is in favor of something very broad, but one of the specific answer choices falls within there, that could be fine too. I mean, either way, if you have a general sense of how the author feels, you're going to need to either apply it to an overall general thing or a more specific one. I know they're different, but I think as long as you're in good shape of the author's opinion, you're going to be fine. Obviously, to apply it to specific things, you're going to need to have a sharper understanding of it. It may not always be the case where the author will say something specific. It may be that to really show that you understand the author's overall opinion, maybe you'll be applying a general idea of the author to something specific. But again, I think if you have a good sense of what the author's opinion is, you'll be in good shape. I will see some of these. We probably don't want to get too much into this because I think just knowing author's opinion, you'll be in shape. We'll see some examples later on in a little bit as we go through some questions. Is that cool? Are we all okay on it? I'm sorry if I'm not giving you something that's too specific because I really think that as long as you're good on annotating and identifying what the author's opinion is, then you'll be in good shape on this. Okay, cool. Now, specific opinion. This is largely about, this is not that different from author's opinion, but as you may know, sometimes they'll have the author's opinion, and then they'll have other opinions. So maybe it's someone the author disagrees with overtly, or maybe it's someone the author agrees with on some things and on others. For example, there could be a science passage where you'll have like a sense of what the author thinks, then the author's evaluating, like, say, two different theories. So, I mean, it's the same sort of thing, it's just not the author. So, you know, like, maybe they'll talk about this other theory by this other scientist, and you'll get a sense of, okay, you just want to differentiate that from what the author's opinion is, because it may or may not be the same. But just do the same sort of thing. Look for clues about what this other person's opinion or point of view is, and just apply it, and just make sure you differentiate that from the author's. But other than that, it's pretty similar. And then they'll say something like along the lines of scientist A, I don't know, the scientist named Anderson, who is in favor of the locomotive hypotenuse theory, I don't know, just making this up, would most likely think whatever. But the point is, if you're focused on what that person's opinion is, if you're annotating and you're just aware of it, if you look for the clues, then you'll be in good shape. That being said, let's move to strength and weaken questions. Again, these are often based on author's opinion or other opinions, generally author's opinion, but this is more of applying the opinion. So again, you want to do a good job of being on the lookout for the author's opinion, and as well as others' opinions. But it's one thing for, you know, a question to sort of ask you to sort of, I don't know, to give you a sense that, you know, the author supports theory A, or, you know, which one of these is the author likely to agree with. It's one thing to do that. It's another thing to show you really understand something is to apply it somewhere. So if the author gives like some theory or some idea or some concept that the author tends to agree with, what they'll often do is ask you which one of these scenarios or which one of these ideas might strengthen the author's argument or weaken the author's argument. Can anyone think of an example of how these questions are often phrased? while I'm waiting for some people to throw out ideas, um, the strategy of this is, I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. You basically just want to take what you identify as the author's opinion and apply it, or see what would you want to reason through it and think what would give more support to the author's opinion, what would weaken the author's opinion or the author's argument. I hope that makes sense. Um, I'm not seeing any takers, so let me see if I can identify an example. Um, let's see, Charnay, which of the following would weaken the author's argument against X? Yeah. I mean, and again, these are not. If you're doing a good job, sorry, if you're doing a good job on LR, then these are not like rocket science questions. Like you just want to think, okay, well, the author, if you want a weakened question, like, I mean, how would you handle that on logical reasoning? You would look for something that either attacks the premise or attacks the relationships or the strength of the relationships between the premises. Um, they can use the word weaken and strengthen. They often do. Sometimes they'll say provide more support or provides the least support. So that they'll use other phrases. Undermine, excellent, Tyler. Undermine. Undermine is an excellent example of what they might use instead of weaken. Seema, they do. Yeah, I don't know about. There's a specific. I don't know if these are. If you're getting at analogies, there is a specific question related to that, which we'll address. But they'll give, if you mean it in the broad sense, they'll give you scenarios. Yeah, they'll say which one of the following, if this were to happen, would weaken or undermine the author's idea. And so then you would just think, okay, which one? If this, you just pretend that they're true, and if this scenario was true, you kind of suspend the theory part and pretend it's true, and think, okay, if it was, would it hurt it, the author's argument? Would it weaken it? That's how you want to address it, if that makes any sense. So I mean, here's the thing: these aren't, when you think about the higher order stuff that you're doing for logical reasoning, these types of questions are not that much harder. They're relatively easier. But the point is, you just don't want to take that for granted. You want to be like, oh, I got to think this through. It's not just a matter of just reading and summarizing. I've got to actually rationalize. Does that make sense to everyone? Like if you know weaken and strengthen questions on logical reasoning, which I hope you all know or are working on, then you're in good shape for these. Again, if you want to strengthen the author's argument, then you would either want to add premises or strengthen the application of those premises. If you want to weaken it or undermine the author's argument, then you want to find a scenario that would maybe show how the premises don't apply or weaken them. Does that make sense for the most part? It really answering a question like this will demonstrate that you understand the author's idea or the author's opinion, because if you have to apply something to it critically, then you have to understand what the author's opinion is. Does that make sense? Is everyone okay on this? Okay, cool. So now we're going to go to one that's somewhat related, which is Illustrate. So is anyone familiar with Illustrate or have a sense of what those questions are phrased like? Cool. Okay, can someone give me an example? I'll tell you what, I'll throw one out. Which of the following is an example of X? Good! Preeti said exactly what I was going to say. Which of the following scenarios best illustrates the dangers mentioned by X? So, yeah, these they really want to just show. Again, it's similar in concept in that they want to make sure you understand what the idea is, and the way to do it is to illustrate it. Now you're not strengthening or weakening it, but you're maybe showing examples of or giving it. So you don't have to be critical. You don't have to weaken or strengthen it. But you basically want to show that you understand it by applying it to an example. I'm gonna actually. Dave actually was kind enough to send me a copy of what the trainer said in its blurb. So I'm going to read that out loud. These questions are unique among reading comp questions because they don't require you to be critical, like I was saying, but they require you to relate your understanding to the answer choices. Before you evaluate the answers, say to yourself in your own words, what exactly the opinion in question is. So you want to think, okay, what is the opinion of the author? And then you want to apply it. So some characteristics of right answers. They're going to illustrate an opinion or issue, right? They may not be slam dunk illustrations. This is a good thing to keep in mind for all of the answers on these. We'll talk about that in a little bit. They may not be slam dunk illustrations, and they may not match the subject matter of the text. That's another thing. But they will illustrate nonetheless. So it might be an entirely different subject. You might be talking about truckers using, I don't know, there's radios that truckers use in the passage. I'm just making something up. And then, I don't know, the example could be about how fish communicate with each other. Entirely different subject matter, but you can still have the same opinion and line of reasoning. It's just applied to a different subject. I know it sounds like a goofy example, but don't be thrown off if the subject's different. The illustration of the concept is what you want to be the same. The one thing the right answer almost definitely will not do is go out on a limb and present an idea more strongly or more specifically than was presented in the text. So look out, be wary of answers that are too specific or too strong or too overstated. If it goes too far beyond what is done in a text, that is an example of a wrong answer. And by the way, an overall way of dealing with reading comp is process of elimination. It's not everything, but it can be very helpful. So be wary of answers that go beyond the scope of a concept or too extreme or too specific. I hope that makes sense. Heidi Cruz, I have to ask you, you're not married to Ted Cruz, are you? The reason I ask, I know his wife's name is Heidi, and I just, that name, you know, the combination, it's a lovely name, by the way, but I'm a political junkie, so I'm following it, you know, and I know his wife's name's Heidi, and I was like, man, how many Heidi Cruzes are there? I mean, I'm guessing you're not married to Ted, unless if you decide to go back to law school, because I don't think she went to law school. Okay, if only, yeah, he's a dreamy guy, I guess. I don't know, but I'm joking. I don't care what your political persuasions are. I happen to be a Democrat, but I like Republicans just the same. And sometimes I think they're cooler than us. But let's not get into politics. I don't want to steer it that way. It won't be a good thing for anybody in this climate today. So, all right, where was I going before I went off on this tangent? Let me just talk real quick about wrong answers with illustrations. Wrong answers will represent a misunderstanding of the original opinion. Wait, Seema, you had a question? What is an example of something that's gone too far from context? Huh. All right. Let me think for a moment. No. Don't be sorry. You know, I think that what I decided when I originally planned this lesson, I figured we would go through an overview of this, and then maybe then look at questions afterwards. But you know, in hindsight, now I'm thinking about it, it's good to address things as you learn them. So it would have been better to give examples now. So forgive me. Lesson learned for the future. But Joseph, let's see what Joseph wrote. Maybe something like, some humanists believe that X is bad. Every humanist in all circumstances thinks X is the worst thing ever. Great. Joe gives it won't be as clear as that, but he does give a good example of what I'm trying to say. So if the real thing, like Joe says, is some humanists believe that X is bad, right? That works. Like that's hard to. I mean, if it's true, if it's stated in the passage, then that should be fine. But then an answer choice that's more extreme and takes it too far, like every, right? Notice it doesn't say some. Now every humanist in all circumstances thinks that X is, and this is the really extreme part, the worst thing ever, right? I don't know if they'll be that blatant with the worst thing ever, but Joe's point, they'll be more subtle about that. But Joe makes an excellent point. It's that they take it too far. Notice the language. Some humanists believe that X is bad, right? Joe's example. Every humanist, see, every is farther than some. Every is more extreme than some. In all circumstances, again, more extreme. Yeah, like, and Joey said, I wasn't picking on you. You did an excellent job. Thank you. But like you said, yeah, they usually just say all. They'll slip in a word. Or they'll slip in a word like every or all, as opposed to some or most. And that's why you want to, as I like to say, you want to read like a lawyer. You want to make sure you catch every word, because one word, this is where it can come down to, and one word can make a big difference. If you say every, if they have two seemingly similar answer choices, and then one is written like, so let's just do this. Some humanists believe that X is bad. And then the only thing they did differently was some humanists believe in all circumstances that X is bad. Just something like that, throwing in the word all, can mess everything up and make it too extreme. Does that make sense, Seema? Cool, cool. And thank you, Joseph. That was an excellent example. So yeah, you want to be on the lookout for answer choices that are too extreme. Um, let's see what else the trainer says. Um, yeah, on a more subtle level, attractive wrong choices will just be different because of a small difference in degree or a small but significant difference in detail. See, that's kind of an example of what Joe said, like degree or detail. As always, work from wrong to right to give yourself the best chance to get the question right. So, yeah, I mean, knock out anything that's through process of elimination that is too extreme. We'll talk about that overall. But I think that gives a good sense of illustrate questions and and um, and how you approach answer choices. Um, so let us go to detail. Let me just say this. Again, I'll jump back briefly to annotating, just for the purposes of addressing this. Everyone's different. I think in most decent ways of annotating, they're not going to emphasize detail. They're going to emphasize more structure and main point, and of course, author's point of view. Reason being that you're almost at a danger as you're reading and annotating and focusing on detail. You're in a way at a danger because it can distract you and take longer. It's just, I think most ideas of how to read and annotate will not emphasize detail. But here's the interesting benefit to not emphasizing detail. One, you won't get distracted. You won't be focusing on the trees. Rather, you'll be focusing on the forest. Great. But two, by focusing on the big picture, the main point, the structure, then you've got this framework of the passage. So you have because you can't predict all the specific stuff. If you try to predict all the specific stuff, you'll just run out of time or get bogged down. But if you focus on the big picture, then you've got a framework. And then you can go back and look at the details in context of the framework that you understand because of the big picture. So I just wanted to point that out about detail. I'm assuming you're all going to be operating the same way, where again, your annotation and reading strategies will focus you on the big picture, so you've got this framework. Then you can go back and understand the details. If you miss anything, don't worry about it detail-wise, because you'll have the framework of the big picture. And even when they ask about details, it's usually based on the framework of the big picture. So it's a much more effective use of your time to focus on structure and big picture and main points, and then go back when they ask about something specific. because even when they ask you about details, they're often going to ask you to apply it to the big picture. So that's my soapbox that about annotating for now. So yeah, when you get to some detailed questions, a couple of things are going to happen. One, they're going to say identify the detail. Can anyone give me an example of what that would look like? How a question would be phrased for identify the detail? I'm actually putting everyone on the spot a little bit. The thing about detailed questions is because it's so specific, there's almost not a format. It's almost like you want to do process of elimination for those questions where, like, if it's clear it's not okay, cool, according to the passage. That's fair. According to the passage, yeah. That could almost lead into anything. According to the passage, which one of the following is? No, I think that's fair. I think according to the passage works. But here's the interesting thing about detailed questions. It's because it's so specific, it's rare to find like a way of leading into it. So you almost find them by eliminating other things and just acknowledging that it's specific. So, for example, you'll know they're not asking what the main point is. They're not asking you to infer something. They're not asking for an analogy. Well, we'll talk about analogy in a little bit, but they're not doing any of the things we said before. They're not asking about the context of a definition. So, not quite like an inference, Nancy. I'll address inference in a little bit. But for just general detailed questions, they're not doing anything that you've done before. So you almost want to eliminate the other options of anything relating to author opinion or what's the main point or general organization. That's not happening. So it's going to be like sort of a new, the phrasings just, you might not see any phrasings, you'll just know that it doesn't fall into the other categories. So that's one thing. The other thing is it'll be specific. They'll ask about, say, they might mention the author, but they'll say a specific thing that the author asked about or mentioned, or what was one of the reasons that supported this idea, right? So they get very specific. That's a detailed question. And when that's the case, again, you're reading, so you're not going to remember every detail, but luckily you'll have a framework for the understanding of the passage. So then you just go back and take a look. They'll often say, maybe they'll say, which of the following was a reason given for using this alarm company? I don't know. I'm just making something up. So then you'll go back. Okay, when they discuss that alarm company, what are the reasons that they give? And then you want to go back and take a quick look. Yeah, they'll often include a line number, so that makes your job even easier. So either they'll give you some point or they'll give you some point of reference, either a line number, a paragraph, or they'll tell you what it's generally about, so you can go back to what that section is. So if that's the case, great. You go back, you take a look. They're pretty straightforward. The only thing is, this is the LSAT. It's not second grade, and by that I mean, I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but by that I mean, does anyone remember when they were doing reading stuff in second grade or third grade, where like they'll ask a question and then it'll be phrased the exact same way in the passage as it is in the answer choice? So that would just be too easy. Like, that's too easy for SAT students. They're definitely not going to do that here. So the catch is that it's not going to be phrased the way that it would be. The exact wording and phrase is not going to be the same as it is in the passage. So it's going to be paraphrased. So one, you're going to need to paraphrase whatever that is. And two, just be wary of anything that uses the exact wording or phrase, because maybe they'll put in an exact wording or phrase from another detail that doesn't apply to throw people off. They'll be like, oh yeah, I remember seeing that. That's there. So it has to be right. Great. Let me just put it down and rush to the next question. Be very wary of any answer choices for detailed questions that are the exact same wording, because they're probably a trick answer. Does that make sense? I hope. Okay. So infer from the detail. I believe that Nancy mentioned infer. Good, good. So let's talk about infer. So inference questions are interesting. They're kind of like most strongly supported questions, and how we address them. But before we get to strategy, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Put that aside for a second. What do inference questions tend to look like? Does anyone have a idea of any keywords or phrases that we see in inference questions? Excellent, Preeti. It can be inferred from the passage. Gina, excellent, excellent. They tend to use the word infer. Suggests, excellent, excellent. Um, so line number. Line number can be used for a lot of things. Line number can be used for a lot of things, but so I just wanted to be wary of that. I mean, overall, like you can see it on detail, but not necessarily for inference. Not necessarily for like, I mean, they'll give you a line number, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's an inference question. They'll often give you a line number. That doesn't necessarily mean it's an inference question, Jimmy. Um, does that make sense to everybody? So, but you want to look out for keywords like infer, suggest. I'm going to throw out a few others. I want you to write these down. So you got infer, you got suggest, um, you've got imply, infer, suggest, imply, indicate. Any of those four tend to show it. Another one, most likely or probably, likely or probably. And then, of course, our old friend from logical reasoning, you might see this once in a while, most strongly supported, most strongly supported. So any of those phrases, I think they gave you about 7 words and phrases, imply, infer, or any variation of those words, suggests, indicates, most strongly supported, likely, probably. Any of those words indicate that it's an inference question. So here's the thing about inference questions. They're not cut and dry. You kind of have to play detective. They're usually based around details, but they're not asking you what the specific detail is. They want you to make a logical leap from those details to your inference. So when I say play detective, it's almost like you want to use the details they give you as clues. And then you want to think, you want to infer, okay, what can we infer from those clues? It doesn't have to be airtight. And this is where you can kind of drive yourself nuts if you don't realize this is an inference question. Because you have some wiggle room on an inference question. It doesn't have to be a solid paraphrased detail. Because it's not going to be directly stated in the passage, the inference. Rather, it's something you have to infer from the clues in the passage. Treat it like you guys should be pretty decent at doing these if you're used to like most strongly supported questions. It's like, based on all these ideas, what kind of, what could be true? What's likely to be true? It doesn't have to be 100%, but we're making an educated guess based on the clues. Does that make sense to everybody? Sort of, I hope. Good, Shanae, yes, cool. Anyone else? Everyone okay? All right, cool. So again, I just want you to identify whenever you see inference, like you need to think 2 things. Like, it's an inference question, or any of those clue words we gave before. Okay, excuse me. It's an inference question. Great. Now, what's my strategy? My strategy is looking at the information and making an inference based on that information. It's not going to be directly stated in the passage. So there might be details, but it is not a paraphrase of those details. It is a logical leap that you can make from using those details as clues. And then the other thing is, whatever you guess doesn't have to be airtight. Remember, it's an inference. We don't have to be 100% on it. It's just like, okay, I see a bunch of clues. What can I reasonably draw? It doesn't have to be true, but it could be true, or it's likely to be true based on those clues. So as long as you're there, you're in good shape. And you don't want to agonize over an answer choice and be like, oh, I'm not 100% sure if it's true, because again, it's an inference question. It doesn't have to be true, just likely. I would say the same thing for infer from. I mean, it's the same thing. I don't know. I don't think they have to be separate categories. Um, I mean, maybe it'll be based on a concept rather than detail, but it's treated as the same concept. Um, Finally, let's move to our final question. Find an analogy. Find an analogy. Can anyone give me some examples of what an analogy question looks like? Excellent, Emily. Which of the following is most analogous to X in the passage? Which one of the following describes an analogous situation to XX? Excellent, Gina. Yeah, I mean, they're generally written like that. And by the way, everyone, if you don't know what these look like, please, like, if you need to copy and paste them into your notes, or you just want to write down these things. That way, these are important, like knowing how these questions are phrased so you can identify them and then apply the right strategy. But yeah, they're generally going to have the word analogy. Or if it doesn't have analogy, it'll say something similar. Which scenario is most similar to, or which example is most similar to? Excellent, Charnay. X is most similar to which one of the following? Excellent. Cool. So I like analogies, and so I'm going to date myself. I'm 36. I took the SAT in 1997. I think it was class of 97. So I think when I took it, they had analogy questions on the SAT, and I always liked them. I don't know why. I guess I was a super nerd or something. But I thought, oh, I know analogies. And I mean, so I was surprised when I would get a lot of these questions wrong or take issue, have not do as well with them as I thought I would. I think a lot of us take them for granted. I certainly did. There were a number of reasons. So I'm going to give you some strategies so that you don't make the mistakes I did. But first, let me just ask everyone, can anyone give me a definition of what an analogy is? Similar situation. Excellent, Nancy. A similar situation. Yeah, both of you said that. Good. Yeah, a similar situation. So, I mean, example might be too broad. I mean, example works, but it's more like the scenario is the same. There's often more than one player, so to speak. And it's more about, the other thing I would say about analogies, why I say it's more than one player, is that the subject matter doesn't have to be the same. Rather, the relationship or the concept or the situation is the same or similar. This is an important distinction because what you don't want to do is be biased towards scenarios where the subjects are similar or more closely related. So, for example, if they're talking about, I don't know, the relationships between dolphins and tuna, whatever the relationship is the issue. But I don't know. We'll just think of what the relationship is. I don't know. And if an answer choice, has I don't know, other aquatic life in the example, like they talk about whales and octopuses. I'm just throwing this out there. That's not necessarily the answer. People might be biased to it because they'll be like, even if we don't think about it, we might be biased because, it just seems more attractive subconsciously because you've got aquatic life in both of them. But the correct answer choice could be the relationship between, I don't know, I'm going to be very NPC here. No, I won't. Not a good idea. The relationship between, I don't know, truckers and gas station attendants. Like, again, they're not aquatic life. They're human beings performing these jobs, right? But that could be the correct answer, even though it's not about aquatic life. So it's not about the subject, it's about the relationship. Sorry, I'm taking a little long here. I just want to find an example. But so be careful about not being biased about the situation. That being said, it's about the relationship. So you want to be focused on the relationship. You want to see a similar relationship. Now, I think what you want to do Yeah, the initial one was excellent, Seema. I'm sorry, I took so long. It's easy to forget. The initial ones was dolphins and tuna, right? And then I guess the attractor one could be um, whales and octopuses or octopi, however you say it, right? Like you might think, oh, that answer choice is probably the correct one, when the real one could be the relationship between gas station attendants and truckers, right? Like they're not they're very different subject matter, but they could have the same relationship between the two things. So again, an analogy is comparing relationships and situations. So that's all I want to emphasize in my long, goofy example. Um, so that being said, you want to make sure that the relationship works. So I think the best strategy I would suggest for these is sort of pre-answer to yourself, or sort of articulate in your mind what the relationship is, and then use that and compare it to all the answer choices and see if it works. So let's use dolphins and tuna, for example. If it's the dolphins eat tuna, I'm just making this up as an example, then you want to find an answer choice where one of the subjects eats the other. So I'm going to assume this will throw my example out the window, but like gas station attendants don't eat truckers, and truckers don't eat gas station attendants. Maybe I don't know. Dogs eat dog food, right? So dolphins and tuna might work. I'm giving you very elementary examples, but again, you want to preface in your mind like okay, what's the relationship? Maybe use it in a sentence so you're clear on it, and then apply it and see which answer choice it works for. It won't always be that simple. Here's the thing about these that I think a lot of people uh, fall for. These trip falls that people fall for. I'm guilty of it too. I used to get these wrong. I didn't quite understand why. You want to be careful, again, like I was saying before, about answer choices that are too extreme, kind of like we were talking about in the Illustrate one. And I think the reason we can fall for them is we'll think, oh, we want like the perfect answer. And as Mike says in the LSAT Trainer, the author of the LSAT Trainer says, a lot of these answer choices aren't slam dunks. They're not slam dunks. So you want to find something that fits. You don't want to go too far. And he gives a great example of a good way to do this. Does anyone, he gives the Price is Right example. I don't know if anyone watches that old game show or is familiar with that old game show, The Price is Right. Is anyone familiar with it? Cool, cool. So I don't know if anyone knows about, there's this one rule to The Price is Right. And the rule is that if you guess over the amount, then your answer is disqualified. Even if it's over by, yes, it is in the trainer. That's exactly where I'm stealing it from and giving credit. Oh, wow, sure, your grandfather was a contestant. Wow, that is cool. I used to watch that show with my grandma. But there's this one obscure rule in The Price is Right where it's like if your guess on an item is above the cost of the item, then even if you're closer, your guess is disqualified. So, for example, we're talking about the cost of a gallon of milk, and I say $1, and Sherry says $2.75, and the answer, again, I said $1, Sherry says $2.75, and we find out the answer is $2.50. In real life, people would say, "Oh, Sherry's got it. Jimmy was way off. He doesn't know the price of milk." But on the show, I would get the point for that, and she wouldn't, because she went over the amount. I think it's fair to say that's pretty unfair, but that was this rule in The Price is Right. And Mike points out in the trainer, the LSAT trainer, that that's the approach you want to use here. You don't want your answer to go too far. So you don't want your analogy to go too far. And I would say this for a lot of stuff. You don't want to be too extreme. Even if it's closer, if it's over, it's too much. So even if an answer choice is not a slam dunk, but it kind of fits, that is better than an answer choice that goes too far. Does that make sense? Cool. Cool. So that's the pitfall for this one. And be very careful. I want you all to remember that rule, because it's very tempting when doing an analogy to be like, oh, yeah, this works, because we want to almost find the perfect analogy. Remember, test takers are trying to mess with you. Don't pick one that goes too far. Even if the other one, even if one is under and it's farther away, that's a better choice than the one that's over and closer. So again, remember the price is right. That will be your best friend for these questions. That being said, we've gone through everything. So at this point, what I would like to do is turn your attention to the reading comp questions in the June LSAT of '07. I've got it on my screen. We're not going to worry, in the interest of time and context, we are not going to worry about the passages. This exercise is designed to help you. We're only going to worry about identifying the question type and then going with our strategy. So I'll tell you what. Who wants to? I want to uncover this real quick. Who wants to? Let's take a volunteer. Who wants to go through these strategies with me? We'll go through a couple of questions. We'll put you on the spot, and we'll ask you to identify the question type based on what you see, and then what strategy you would use. And I know we just did all this, so I know I'm putting you on the spot. So whoever's doing this is going to be brave. Don't worry, it's worth it. It'll make it. It'll reinforce this stuff. Don't worry if you get it wrong. But I want to reinforce this stuff. So does anyone want to be my first contestant? No takers? All right, Charnay, cool. Thank you for being brave. Not that you need to be brave. We're all friends here. This is worth it. Let me see. I'm going to. Charnay, are you able to? Okay, cool. You've unmuted your mic. Could you say hi to everybody? Out loud? I can't hear you, but maybe my volume's down. Can everyone hear Charnay, or am I? Oh, you can't. No one can hear. Charnay, could you say hi? Okay, let me see. Maybe I have to unmute. I think you're unmuted, but let me just double check.
Sometimes we've seen this that you might need to like exit out and then rejoin, and then the mic seems to work afterwards.
Is that me or Charnay? Who needs to?
No, you, Jimmy. You
Charnay?
stay right where you are. Charnay just goes out and then come back, and we should be able to hear her. Is my guess.
Cool. So if you want to try that, Charnay.
Yeah, Sherry, we unmuted her, but she's good. She got a green mic. She got a hot mic, but it's happened before. It happened a couple times before where they just had to leave. Yep. I think Charnay just left, and I think she's coming back. So hopefully that will fix.
All right. Looks like she's back.
All right, I'll unmute you now. Charnay, tell us what your name is. Charnay?
Charnay, could you pronounce your name for us in case we butchered it?
No, it's Charnay. I know her. Oh shoot, Charnay. You might just have a bum audio, which I guess makes sense because we've had that issue with you before on the VR calls. Let me. No, can't hear me. No, really can't. The thing was, Charnay, I actually didn't see you leave. I just saw you add another name. So I'm going to dismiss you, and then I'm going to let you just come back.
All right.
All right, let's hope. Well, now I'm not seeing anything. So this is Charnay. Hold on. Charnay, talk to me. Ah, shoot.
Okay.
I gave her the big
If
time.
it's not,
I did, Tyler, but she
no,
gave.
no, you know what? How about this? Let's stick with Charnay. We'll just do it through chat. Is that
Yeah,
cool?
I'm
All
not
right,
sure.
and guys, don't worry about it. This happens. Charnay, don't worry about it. Dave, you're doing a great job. This happens. We can't control all technical difficulties. No, Charnay, I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Let's just do it through chat. So, again, we're not worrying about the passage. That's not the purpose of this. I want you to read question 1 to yourself, and then nobody else guess. Nobody else guess. I want Charnay to do this. Charnay, and when I say this is important to emphasize, I don't want you to do it in chat. No one else gets in chat. Just Charnay in chat. Read this question yourself and then tell me what the main point is. Don't worry about choosing an answer choice. Don't even worry. That's not the purpose of this. Just what is the question type? How would you categorize this question? Main point, excellent. And then specifically, it's the main point of the passage. And you know that because it says main point of the passage. So, Charnay, do you remember what the strategy is for these? Could you type that out? If you have a general sense of what the strategy is, or how you would address this question. It doesn't have to be a long sentence. It could be like a phrase or whatever. Look at what the passage is trying to convince me of. Good, yeah, the central argument of the passage. It should be the ultimate argument of the passage. It should be the umbrella that everything else is supporting. It should be the tabletop that all the legs are supporting, to use some goofy analogies. But yes, the central argument. Excellent. So, Charnay, stick with me because we're going to keep you as a contestant for a few more. I feel like Bob Barker here. But everyone else, is everyone else cool on that? Did everyone else just chime in? Did you guys identify the same thing? Cool, cool, excellent. All right. So, Charmaine, number 2. I'll read it out loud. Which one of the following is most analogous to the, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, I can never pronounce it right, to the literary achievements that the author attributes to Dove? Okay.
I believe
What
it's
type of question?
analogous.
Analogous. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I never can get that right. Analogous. Analogy. Excellent, Sean. And good. I'm glad you got that. I would hope you did. That was the lesson we did. So, the word analogous, I hope I got it right, Dave, tells us it's an analogy question, right? So good, Charnay. Charnay, what's our approach for these? Excellent. You want the relationship to be similar. And what are we trying to avoid? Remember that thing I was saying, that example I gave from Mike the Trainer? What was it? Going too far. You don't want to go too far. Again, I don't care if it's 25 cents over the price of a cost of milk, like on The Price is Right. I'd rather be way under than over for the purpose of these questions. So, cool. It's not that we want to be way out. It's not that we want to be way under, but comparatively, it is better to be under than over. Because once you're over, it's a wrong answer. So, by the way, I just want to emphasize, I am not going into the content of the passage here. I just want to make sure we're all at the point where we can identify the question type and then identify what our strategy is. The reason is because I know it sounds really simple. You guys are going to have to trust me on this. It's kind of like in The Karate Kid, the whole wax on, wax off thing. I don't know if anyone saw the one with. I grew up seeing the Ralph Macchio one. Some of you guys, unfortunately, grew up with Jaden Smith. I won't hold it against you. But the point is, I think the scene's sort of the same. Mr. Miyagi, or whoever it is in the second one, is teaching Ralph Macchio or Jaden Smith like how to wax the car, wax on, wax off, right? It becomes a habit. And, but the student doesn't get it. He gets really mad. He's like, why are you teaching me to wax your car and wash your windows? And then Mr. Miyagi's like, no, Daniel-san, wax on, wax off. And he shows him how, like, by practicing the waxing in this certain way, all of a sudden he knows this cool kata karate move that is just a habit, so he doesn't have to think about it. And this seems really simple, but this is my version of wax on, wax off. I just want you to identify this. So that instead of sitting there and reading question 2 and being like, which one of the following is most analogous to literary achievements the author attributes to Dove? Which one of the, like, instead of doing that over and over again and having to think about the question, just be like, no, I see the word analogous. It's an analogy question. Let me go to my strategy. That is far more powerful and efficient. Let me just see what Seema wrote. So when you see a passage, you always go to the questions first. No, 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 no. Thank you for asking that question. I am so glad you did to clarify it. Look, there are some people that say go to questions first. I personally will tell you I think that's a mistake. Don't go to questions first. I am not saying that at all. I mean, if you like that approach, go ahead. I'm not a fan of it. I am not saying that at all. I want to be emphatically clear. Do not go to questions first. Good, 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 good. And it's not you. I'm glad you asked that question. Good. I am just saying, go to the passage first. Do your annotating. But when you get to the questions, you are in a much more powerful position to be able to quickly categorize them into what question type they are, and then apply that to the content of the passage, rather than not having a loose understanding of the question type, and then having to sort of like spend time trying to read it and process what the question is, because that's silly. Like, I hope everyone gets what I'm trying to do when I read this thing in a slow way. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to say this is what goes on when you're reading it and you're trying to process it. Because, look, for the LSAT, like, we're not just reading stuff blindly on autopilot. We're reading stuff to process it and really understand what they mean specifically. And you're doing yourself a disservice on a question like this if you're trying to process every question each time like it's this new question. I mean, yes, the question's new, but it's not that new because it always falls into the same category. Just like LR, you shouldn't be reading it and being like, which of the following is most strongly supported by the, and then be like, okay, what do they mean, strongly supported? Like, no, you know what it means. You know what most strongly supported means. It's a question type. You have a strategy for it. Same thing here. As soon as I see the word analogous, boom, I know this is an analogy question. My strategy is to find a similar relationship, and I cannot go too far, just like the Price is Right. That's what you want to be going on in your head, so it's automatic. You're like a robot. You're like a machine, as Jay White would say, rather than reading the question and trying to process it. Like, you want to use question types as a shortcut to identify what they're asking and then apply your strategy to the content of the passage. Does that make sense? Excellent, Nancy. Like, basically, don't waste your time and read every word. Yeah, I mean, you want to be careful about words, but, like, it's not that you don't want to see every word so much. It's that you don't need to see every word to get the thrust of the question. You want to immediately be like, this is an analogy question, and then apply your strategy. Cool. And by the way, I want to thank Seema for asking her question. Like, please don't feel bad about asking that question. I like clarification questions. They're really important. And the reason is because, look, whether it's me or any instructor, I'm a human being. I can't predict everything. I might be explaining something in a way that's a little off or doesn't quite meet your needs, or maybe I've got a blind spot. So maybe I give the wrong impression. So I don't want anyone to be sitting there and thinking that I'm saying something I'm not. So always feel free to ask clarification questions. I am so glad you did that. I'm glad you said that because I don't want anyone to get the wrong impression. All I was trying to say before was, for the purposes of this lesson, we're not going to worry about the passage. We're just going to focus on whether you can identify the question. But that being said, I am a strong advocate of reading the passage beforehand. So cool, let's move on. Let us take another contestant. Who wants to go next? Let me get these out of here so you're not. Okay, Nancy, me too, jump right in. Okay, Nancy, can we unmute Nancy? Nancy, can you unmute yourself? I think I unmuted. All right, Nancy, can you say, are you here? Nancy? Are you speaking, Nancy? Nancy, are you unmuted? Can you say hello? Can anyone hear? Can anyone hear Nancy? Nancy, are you speaking? Okay, so Nancy, you are speaking. No one can hear you. Okay, that's okay. Um, I don't want to go crazy with this whole mic thing just because I don't want to waste everyone's time. I would love to hear you, but um, all right, yeah. Let me see if I can unmute. I'll try to unmute everyone. See if that works. All right, only Nancy say hello. Nancy, can you say hello? Nancy? How about now? I might be muted. All right, you know what? I don't want to sweat it. I don't want to worry about it because I think it'll just. Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. I'm sorry. Technical stuff. I think we'll be just fine with doing it the way we did with Charnay. So if you don't mind, Nancy, we'll just do this through chat. Is that cool with everybody? I just don't want to go nuts on technical stuff. I think it'll work just fine. Cool. All right. So Nancy, and only Nancy, I want you to. I'll read number 3, and then I want you to take a guess as to what it is. According to the passage, in the U.S., there is a widely held view that. Nancy, what type of question is this? According to the passage, in the U.S., there is. Um, yeah, I think yeah, I would say that it is at least a detail and quite possibly an infer from. Um, Possibly an infer from, but definitely a detail. I would lean more. I think we're safer on identify the detail, um, because I don't see anything that would tell me it has to be an inference. Although maybe I think it's going to be more cut and dry, where it's just a detail. But good, I think you're in the right ballpark. Yes, identify a detail, and again, like yeah, according to the passage, that's a telltale sign. Um, there is a widely held view that. So they're just asking you if something's there. So and it's not a main point, So it's a detail. They want to know if this detail is there. Is there this? Um, so yeah, and what's excellent? It has identified the detail. And what's your strategy, if any, or what are the things you want to be mindful of with identify detail? Nancy, any thoughts? Or what do we? Okay, so I apologize. How do you approach a question like this? It might be cut and dry. I may not have given like this big crazy example. But how would you approach it? How would you attack this question? Don't worry, I don't think I was that specific. If you don't know, it's okay. Let me know. So I don't see an answer. That's okay. Okay, have a big picture idea of the passage, and then maybe go back. Yeah, yeah. Because remember, I would generally say you're not focusing on details when you're doing um, the reading and the annotating. So just have a big picture of things, then go back as needed for the detailed ones, and so go back and just see if it's there. Because you're gonna have a framework of where it is, and you'll probably, believe it or not, you'll probably know the details better by focusing on big picture, because you'll understand how they fit in context. Yeah, so go back and just see if it's there. And what's the thing we want to be wary of with identify the detail questions? One thing I said to be careful about. Do you remember, Nancy? Okay, the one thing I said to be worried about was be careful of anything that's paraphrased. Excuse me. The answer should be paraphrased from uh, from the passage. It should be paraphrased. It is not going to be stated directly in the same words. So be wary of anything that is stated directly in the same words. They're not going to do that because it's not second grade where they just give you the exact quote. That would be too easy. And they might do that as an attractor choice, where they'll give you the exact words because, as human beings, the way we think, we're going to be like, oh yeah, those words are exactly familiar. So, no, I'm sorry, not for these. You don't have to make a logical leap for these. You don't have to make. And by the way, don't feel bad about that. I'm giving you a lot of information at once, so it's not unlikely that you might confuse them. The logical leap is for inference questions. But my point about just identify the detailed questions is that they're going to be paraphrased, because if they say the exact words, it's too easy. What I was trying to say, though, is that using exact words can be an attractor choice, because they will maybe there's a detail earlier in the passage or later in the passage, and they'll use exact words, but it's not the detail they're asking about. They want to trip you up because they'll think, oh yeah, I was breezing through this passage a mile a minute, and I remember those exact words, so I feel comfortable picking that, when that's not the detail they're asking you about. So what I'm trying to say is be very wary of answer choices that have exact quotes from the passage, because they're rarely going to do that. You're looking for something that paraphrases the detail. And what you're saying about logical leap is what I say for inference questions. Don't worry, we're learning all this together. But is everyone clear on this? Does everyone get it? Cool. Okay, cool. Nancy, I'm going to borrow you for at least one more. I'm going to read it out loud, and then I want you to take a guess at what it is. The author's attitude toward the deep rift between poetry and fiction in the U.S. can be most accurately described as one of. What type of question is this? And it's okay if your answer is broad. Author's opinion, excellent. Now, just judging by this, would you say it's a general author's opinion or a specific author's opinion?
Sorry, I was walked away. Jimmy, can we hear
Yeah, you got
Jimmy?
it.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't know how you lost me. I apologize.
It could have been, I walked away for a second, and my kids could have accidentally hit the mute all button. If
Oh,
that
no, it's
happened,
cool.
I
It
apologize.
might have been on my end. I'm sorry.
I tend to, when in doubt, blame my son.
Ah,
He's a 4-year-old terror, and he has the smile of an angel, which pretty much is why he does it. Max, did you touch the computer? Okay, but you're looking like guilty. All right. Anyway, back to you. He is an adorable. He absolutely is.
no worries. So let's see. For number 4, I'll just jump in here. I think number 4, it's fair to say this is a specific, right? Because they're not just asking about the author's attitude overall. They're asking about it specifically between poetry and fiction. So again, this is actually doing you a favor, because your strategy is, okay, look at your notes about author's opinion, and then specifically in the region where they talk about poetry and fiction. And you can approach this by either applying your stuff, to think about how the author would feel about authors between poetry and fiction, based on the general attitude. And then if you have anything that hints or gives you clues of what the author's attitude is when they mention poetry and fiction, you can use that. But that's how you want to approach this question. This is an author's attitude question. It is a specific author's attitude question. And again, you just want to take advantage of how you annotated author's attitude specifically around poetry and fiction. Is that cool? All right. I'm going to borrow Nancy once more. Number 5. In the passage, the author conjectures, I think we did this one, that a cause of the deep rift between fiction and poetry. No, I read this as a goofy example. In the passage, the author conjectures that a cause of the deep rift between fiction and poetry in the United States may be that. Maybe that. What type of question is this? Good. Yeah, identify the detail. I could see how like people might think it's other things. You know, maybe I'll think, oh, it's an inference, but it is a detail, and it doesn't mention author. But yeah, like there's a specific thing that the author does. The author probably says, oh, the rift could be because they just didn't like each other. I don't know. Or, you know, they had an argument over what's the better snack food. I don't know what the author's conjecture is. But at some point, the author mentioned an idea of what might be the rift. And you want to identify it. Does that make sense? Why not infer? So, all right, a couple of things. I don't see telltale signs of an inference. And I could be wrong here. But I don't see telltale signs of an inference question. Those keywords you mentioned, infer, imply, likely. And then in the past, the author conjectures that a cause. So I see why infer is tempting because we see maybe that. But the maybe that is in the context of what conjecture is. So if the author conjectures, what does conjecture mean? Anyone want to throw out a definition? Yeah, Seema explicitly states, right? I mean, conjecture. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Preeti. It does kind of mean like I believe it does kind of mean like infer and hypothesize, right? But there's a difference between us. Here's the difference. The difference between, and this is funny. I guess they're trying to mess with us here. Maybe they knew we would use this for a lesson on question types. There is a difference between the author conjecturing or inferring or theorizing and us as the reader inferring. Inference questions, I'm glad you raised this question. Inference questions ask you, the reader, to make an inference. Or, because they're saying which of the following can be inferred. So the author's not, whether the author makes an inference or hypothesizes, that's great. But you, the reader, are making an inference based on the clues in the passage. Which of the following can be inferred? Which of the following is most likely implied? It could be suggested that, right, again, the author's the one, it's not the author, the reader is the one that is using those clues and drawing an inference based on them. So I can see why that's very tempting. And I mean, who knows? Maybe you can get it right anyway, without splitting hairs on the difference between the two. But does that make sense to everyone? Yeah. Ideally, Tyler makes a great point. Ideally, I want this to make you more efficient knowing question types, but that doesn't mean you're not thorough. It just means it's more that you're more. You're. This is going to sound interesting, but you're efficient because you're effective. Like you want to be effective. So like you want to put the time to making sure you identify the question type. If that takes a little bit longer, great. You're still going to be better off than not looking at this through question type. Is there a game you can play with the question stems to identify the correct question type? Seema, the game you're playing is the one we're playing now. Great question, by the way. Like, practice what we're doing now. We're doing this on purpose. Like, because you just want to do this through trial and error. Listen, don't be hard on yourself, guys. Yeah, that might be a good one for 7 Safe to set up. It might be. but I I don't even know if it's I mean, we could do that. I don't know if it's necessary. I think like look, one, don't be hard on yourselves because you're just learning. Some of you are just learning these for the first time, and so be used to the fact that you're going to get a few wrong. And even if you're like, if you mess one up that's close to another, you'll get better at it. But two, like do stuff like this. And if you've done practice tests that you're going to blind review or something, when you go back, identify them as question types. Like just make this a habit. Take this and from now on, go forward and whenever you do a question for reading comp, just identify them as question type. And even if you can't get that specific, like I don't always sit there and I'm not like, oh, this is the specific type of detail question, or this is a specific type of author's attitude question. I don't always get that specific, but I just as long as you just know that you're in like the broad area. If you just know that okay, this is an author's opinion question, you're in good shape. You don't necessarily need to know the difference between a general author's opinion question and a specific author's opinion question.
And I want to throw in something here just to cross promote because in the BR groups when we go over RC, there's one person will be kind of be in charge of one passage in the questions, and one of the jobs that person does is that they will try to categorize those the question. So because it is really good practice, it's learning all the things that we're dealing with right here in this particular workshop, where we also work on BR calls. Because of course, there's always going to be that one weird question, like, what is this? Is this an author opinion or is this a detail? Well, it's kind of like both. So just wanted to throw that in. That this is something that we constantly work towards improving our ability to spot.
Yeah, I like what Dave said. Don't be too hard on yourselves too. Like some questions might, believe it or not, some might fall into more than one category. You could have inference questions that call upon author's opinion. So these aren't entirely cut and dry. It's just beneficial to have this sort of template. So it's okay if it falls into more than one category. It's just that you want to be able to work quicker through them. And then I think someone also, Sherry, maybe use a 7-stage curriculum. Yeah, I don't know if 7-stage gets into question type as much as I'd like, as much as I love 7-stage, but the trainer does. So I recommend the trainer regardless. I love 7-stage. I think the trainer is a great supplement to it. It's $40 or less if you get it used. Get a copy of the trainer, and they give examples, and you can just go through it. But I think the best thing.
Jay Y is a huge fan of the trainer. He's got I'll find the.
Jay Y is a huge fan of the trainer.
Yeah, huge fan.
Yeah, he's a huge fan of the trainer, and I just want to add, like, this should. I mean, yeah, you want to make sure you got it correct. So I think, like, or you're not like. It's one thing if they fit in 2 categories, but you don't want to like have something way out of the ballpark in your guess. So, what's my point? My point is that, I think the thrust of your question is you want to be able to check to make sure you're right. So I think the trainer is probably good for that. But ideally, you want to make it a habit so that whenever you're doing this, that you're just thinking in terms of question type. You want to be careful, but that's how you want to make this a habit. So you're always practicing this all the time, and then your practice becomes a habit. But yeah, I think the short answer is get the trainer if you want extra practice on this. But let's use our time, and let me just see. Seem was asking about the trainer. Yeah, I recommend the trainer. I think it's worth it. I rarely say this, but I think something's worth buying. I think the trainer's worth buying if you want to improve on RC. And it gives you so much other stuff too. But let's keep practicing ourselves. So. Nancy, stay with me. I never really used Manhattan, so I can't say for certain. I like the trainer. I think it's really effective. So that's all I can say.
Throw in my opinion.
Nancy, stay with me. In the passage, we did.
I mean, I can just offer.
Good, sorry.
It's an
What'd you say,
opinion.
Dave?
It's not. I said I have read the RC for Manhattan. I can't. I'm no expert at all, but here's what I can say. Manhattan offers a very specific way of looking at the RC. Some people it works for. Some people it doesn't. You could almost say most people it doesn't. It has a very specific way of thinking about this. So I would encourage you to try it, but just be ready to you know what, this doesn't really work for me, because it gets really. I don't even want to try to describe it to you. They call it reading for the scale. But you should try it. The RC, if there's one thing that is become abundantly clear in my year of doing this, is that it is different for everybody, and you have to try a bunch of approaches and kind of make up your own. So that's
Dave,
all.
would you say?
Yeah.
Dave, would you say? I get what you're saying about Manhattan being very specific. If we're just being practical, would you say that the RC and the trainer is might appeal to a broad enough audience where it's probably worth it?
I think the LSAT trainer is definitely worth it.
Yeah.
I think if you find that the LSAT trainer and Seven Sage are not sufficient for you, then yeah, and you're like, I'm still missing something. Try the Manhattan RC. Heck, even after you've done that, maybe try Power Score. I know there are people on here like, no Power Score, but we all have different ways of thinking about things and a way of. So you have to find what works for you. I think the Seven Sages memory method has been excellent for me. I think the LSAT trainer reading for structure and the question types has been excellent. I tried Manhattan Prep reading for scale, and even though I don't think I do that all the time now, every once in a while, I do think it helps me understand like an author's opinion when there isn't really because a lot of times they want to ask you an author's opinion, but you'll never actually have a specific word that explains the author's opinion. But if you read for the scale, meaning that if you're looking like, wait a second, there's two sides of this issue, and the author doesn't even mention the other side, clearly they have a subtle bias towards this one side because they're not mentioning the other. And that's sort of that's kind of like the only thing I learned from the Manhattan that I really kind of actively use, but for other people it might work. Does that make sense?
That's interesting. When they say scale, just to clarify, since we're on the topic, when they say scale, they're talking about an actual scale that a judge uses.
Exactly. They call it reading like it's essentially they say it's what I really did like about it was they were saying like you should read it like you're reading for like a lawyer or like a judge. You think of the scale and you think of this is an issue of something versus something else. The problem with this is that it doesn't work for everything. In fact, it doesn't work for a lot of stuff. But if you have that framework in mind for certain amounts of different passages, it does really help elucidate it. The problem is it's really hard to make it intuitive, and it's a lot of work. But that being said, if it's something that just speaks to you, then you should definitely use it. But you won't know until you read it. And I know that we only have a certain amount of we have a finite number of resources or a finite amount of time. But if you have gone through L7 Sages RC and you've gone through LSAT trainers and you still feel there's something insufficient, try it. The worst that you'll lose is time. Okay, I'll let you get back to it, Jimmy, because my daughter is climbing on top of me.
That's helpful. Thank you. Cool. So let's take Nancy. If you're still with me, let's take a look at number 6. In the context of the passage, the author's primary purpose in mentioning Dove's experience in Germany is to. How would you categorize that? Actually, let me take a look. Huh. Yeah, so Nancy, how would you categorize, I'll bring it back. How would you categorize that one? Yeah, yeah. I probably should have done a better job of explaining this one. It's not just like main purpose or main point the way it is for paragraph. Let me get specific. Let me give you all like a little get a little more specific with this. This is akin to the way I would categorize something called a function question. on the SAT. And by that I mean it's like you want to put yourself in the mind of the author and think, why is the author doing this? I'm sorry I'm giving you a little bit of a new definition, but I think it's helpful. You want to consider this a primary purpose, the purpose of phrase or purpose of phrase, paragraph, or function question. And the best thing you want to ask yourself is, what is the function of this? Put yourself in the mind of the author and think, why is the author doing this? Just to explain a little more, good writing, and whatever you might think about how annoying these reading comp passages can be sometimes, I would say they are good writing in the sense that everything is written for a purpose. It might be a little annoying at times, they might use a little too many modifiers, but everything is there for a reason. And it's almost like, for those of you who like movies or whatever, it's almost like you're the director of a movie and you're saying, okay, I'm going to start this scene with focusing on the main character asleep. And then I'm going to have this next scene and I'm going to have the main character running. And then I'm going to show a flashback. Everything is done for a purpose. And so you want to put yourself in the mind, it's done for a reason. Maybe the flashback is to give context to why the character's doing what they're doing. But you want to put yourself in the mind of the author and think, why is the author doing this? So for a question like this, in the context of the passage, the author's primary purpose in mentioning Dove's experience in Germany, why are they mentioning it? Maybe they're giving us context so that we understand why Dove is doing what Dove's doing. Maybe, I don't know, but there's a reason to it. So you want to put yourself in the head of the author and kind of take a guess as to what you think the reason is. Does that make sense? Now let's see, Dave Levine, or it's part of a bigger passage and we're only given part of it. What do you mean, Dave? Do you want to jump on the mic?
Yeah, sorry, I was. That was about 5 minutes ago when you were talking about the why we think that it might be bad writing.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Why we seem like a little lost. Sometimes we're not, we're missing like 3 paragraphs. Okay, Lucy. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Okay, cool. But does everyone kind of see what I mean? Like, we want to put, for these questions, we want to say, okay, why is the author doing this? What's the author's purpose in wasting our time with this? Why are they mentioning his experience in Germany? And that's how you want to approach it. That's what your answer should do. You want to ask yourself that. You want to guesstimate an answer based on that, and then compare it to your answer choices, if that makes any sense. So sorry I didn't give such a clear definition about that before. How they're supporting their argument. Yeah, but more importantly, why? Why is the author doing this? Like, not necessarily what is the purpose? What is the function of this? Is it to give detail? Is it to support? Is it to give background? Is it to rebut an argument? What is the purpose? What is the function of this specific thing? Does that make sense? I hope. If not, forgive me if I didn't phrase it correctly. And I'm sorry, I am giving you a more specific definition of how to address these. And Seema, could you say the author's point? I mean, yeah, again, it's not so much the author's point of view or point. It's what is the author's purpose? What is the function the author hopes to achieve by doing this? So I'm going to borrow Aunt Nancy for one more. Let's move to 7. It can be inferred from the passage that the author would most likely to believe which one of the following. What type of question is this? Or types? Yeah, I think general author's opinion. And then, they say inference. I think there is a bit of inference in the broad sense. I don't like the trainer put inference in details. I will be honest with you. I don't think it has to be just detail. But if you say, inference can be part of it, but definitely, you look, at the end of the day, you're definitely identifying the author's opinion and applying it. So this has to be something where if you have a sense of, if you've been annotating what the author's opinion is, that you can apply it to the answer choices. Excuse me, not the answer choices. That you can apply it to a specific scenario, but you need to have an understanding of the author's general opinion. So, cool. You know what, Nancy, I'm going to take you for one more. We're going to do the last one on this passage. If the passage had been exerted from a longer text, which one of the following predictions about the near future of U.S. literature would be most likely to appear in that text? What do you think this type of question is? Yeah, infer from detail. Yep. Or just plain infer. What tipped you off to the fact that it was infer? Is there a phrase or word? Yep. Yeah, you have to make a leap. But what word's in here? Might have tipped you off. Are there any words that might have tipped you off that were indicators that it's an inference question? Yeah, most likely, right? Most likely, right? Because it's not 100%. And prediction's good. Thank you, Sherry. Prediction's good. And yeah, most likely, right? Because it's not 100%. We're kind of guessing. Also, the first line, if the passage had been excerpted. Yeah, I think that if, that could tell you. That could tell you. Cool. But definitely most likely. That tells you. And then prediction can be helpful too. Yeah. Well, cool. Good. Inference question. So I'm going to let Nancy go, and then for those of you that want to stick around and do a few more, I don't want to apply this to. Let's not apply this to the to the comparative passages, because I mean, I think they'll just muddy the waters. You basically want to take the tools we learned and apply it to them, but I just don't think it's helpful for our lesson, and it might be a little too much of a distraction. So I'm going to skip this one, and we're going to go to the next passage. Who is going to be my next volunteer? I'm going to call on Sherry. Sherry, will you be my volunteer? Great, great. Dave, do you think we should try the mic or no? I was thinking we'd skip it just to be safe. I'll tell you what, we will try it. Sherry, try to unmic yourself. If it doesn't work on the first try, we'll go right to just sticking with the chat. Sherry, can you say hello for us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
Hello?
Sherry. Sherry, I can hear you. Everyone else says Sherry?
Hi, everyone.
And Dave, we're going to wrap up by 3. Don't worry. Cool. Okay, so everyone can hear you. Great. Excellent. Thank you, Sherry. I'm glad we tried the mic.
No
All right.
problem.
So thank you for participating. And
You're welcome. Thank you for doing this. Thank you, and
my pleasure. I hope it's helpful.
it is.
Would you read question 16 out loud?
Of course. Which one of the following is closest in meaning to the term strengthened as that term is used in line 8 of the passage?
So what type of question is this?
So I would say that this is like, I'm trying to remember how it was referred to on the list, but kind of like a define the word in context type of thing.
Yeah. A vocab in I call it vocab in context. I believe the list calls. And by the way, I mean this is just one list. There aren't that many that are out there. So you know, I mean, you almost kind of have to use this one, unless if you want to use something that you'd use for GRE or SAT stuff. But yeah, if you have a different way of categorizing these and it works, that's fine by me. I just say find a way to categorize these. So yeah, let's see. Contextual definition or purpose of word or phrase. Yeah. I call them vocabulary and context, but purpose of word or phrase or contextual definition is just fine.
Yeah, I see those as kind of the same thing.
Yeah. Basically asking you for a word, but they want you to know their definition in context.
Right.
So what's the strategy for this?
Okay, so for this, what I would probably do is go back to line 8 and look at the word strengthened, and I would probably read maybe a sentence or two before and maybe a sentence after it, and kind of get in my head what I think would be inferred. Now, you mentioned a great technique, which I love, and I'm going to try this, where you basically blank out the word and kind of paraphrase what your new substitute word would be, which I really like that. I want to try it.
Yeah, and thank you for remembering. I mean, let me just say this: you can get away with not doing what I do, but here's the thing: I teach this for a living. Even prior to being an LSAT student, I would teach this with SAT kids, and I'd get it mostly right, but I'd say 15 to 30% of the time I get it wrong, and not because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a big nerd. I know my vocabulary, like. Just because this question is designed to trick you by subconsciously focusing on the primary definition. So, I mean, what I ended up deciding to do was just put my ego aside and say, screw it. I'm a human being. I could be tricked. I'm just going to cross it out. And for those of you who don't do that, I would encourage you to try it. Try it going forward because I call it the foolproof way of getting it right because. I think I went from getting it right 85% of the time to 99% of the time. And you want these precious points. So that's why I'd encourage you to do that technique. But excellent, Sherry. Thank you. That's the strategy. Is everyone clear on the strategy? Cool. I'm seeing some yeses. So, Sherry, stick with me for a minute.
Okay.
Let us do 17. Would you read 17 aloud, please?
Sure. With which one of the following claims about documents placed, I'm sorry, my vision's not so great, about documents placed on web pages would the author be most likely to agree?
Okay, what type of question is this?
Okay, let me think about this. So this is, I think, an author's opinion, or, yeah, I think this is an author's opinion.
Yeah,
Right.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you. So it's interesting. Don't let the fact that it's just most likely throw you off and think it has to be an inference. I mean, are we, in the broad sense, we are inferring, of course, but this is primarily about what the author thinks, and they're asking you to make a guess about what the author thinks. So this is an author's opinion, and then I want to say it looks like. I mean, I think once you're in the realm of knowing its author's opinion, I think you're in good shape. But I want to say it looks like it might be, because it's specific about documents, it might be specific author opinion. And then because we haven't read the passage, it might be the case that they're, yeah, I think they are mentioned in the passage. I might be specific, or it might be an illustration. But either way, as long as you're if you're in the realm of thinking, okay, this is an author's opinion passage, it's based on the author's opinion, let me remember what my author's opinion is and apply it, you're in good shape.
Can I just make one point?
Yeah.
Oftentimes I've found that in the reading passages, it will have so many different point of views within the passage that it's really hard to keep track of which person they are referring to. Mm-hmm. So if you can develop a good way to annotate that and make sure that you align each sort of opinion to the specific person, I think that's really very helpful for this, because sometimes I personally find it can be very difficult.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So, I'll just give you a brief, just to the point that it's related. I'll give you a brief sense of what I do. Sure, you're absolutely right to be mindful of that. So what I'll do is I'll just tell you what I do, and if it works for you, great. If not, as long as you're applying the same concept, you're good. I'll just look for general author's opinion, and I'll personally outline that as I call it POV. That's what I do. I've just been doing it for years. That's what works for me. Maybe you want to call it AA or AO for author's opinion or author's attitude, and that's cool. And then, but to your point, Sherry, I am mindful of, and you have to be. You're absolutely right for reminding everyone of this. You have to be mindful of other points of view. A lot of times in these passages, it's going to be more than one. So for me, what I'll do is, I don't know, my regular one is going to be POV. I'm going to assume that's the author's point of view. Then when I see a different one, maybe another theory, maybe a related theory but not quite the same, that the author may or may not agree with, I'll call that POV2. And again, the labels don't matter so much as long as you're differentiating. So if you call it, I don't know, if you call it, B or whatever, call whatever you want, as long as you're mindful of the different voices or ideas that are there that are different from the authors. As long as you have a system to keep track of them and differentiate them. Again, for me, it's POV, meaning the author, and then POV2, POV3, POV4, or whatever. You're rarely gonna go past two other positions. But again, it doesn't matter so much where you label them, as long as you differentiate between the author's point of view and other points of view that are not necessarily authors. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
And while we're on, I just want to make sure I get to Nancy and something. Nancy wrote, Jimmy, what's the difference between specific author opinion and specific opinion? I think what you mean to say, and I could be wrong, is what's the difference between general author's opinion and then author's opinion about something specific. So if you're looking what I got here, general author opinion and specific author opinion.
The author's opinion and
I mean,
I think it might be she's talking about the different, or maybe she doesn't know what she's talking. Maybe she's like, I'm not sure, but these are two different things that are said. But it could also be author's opinion versus somebody else's opinion, who's also in the passage, which I think is
okay. Okay. Well, I'll talk about all three. So, real quick, just to clarify, general author's opinion, right? If I just know overall the author's against, I don't know, whatever, the author doesn't like the color red. And then specific author's opinion. The author particularly does not like red toys. Okay. So again, it's applied specifically. And then specific opinion, aside from the author. That might go where maybe the direction Sherry was pointing out, where maybe you've got a different theory, where this other person's brought in that's like, well, red is red, but mauve, mauve, that's when you gotta, that some people don't even call it red, but you gotta be wary of mauve. That color is just bad news. So I mean, the point is that you could have a general author's opinion, an author's opinion applied to something specific, and then an opinion that is different from the author's opinion, broad or specific. It's just different, or not necessarily the same. Is that helpful, Nancy? Okay, cool. And again, I think the overall point is just be mindful of differentiating, so you don't. But I think you're okay. Here's the thing: I think you're okay when it's general opinion versus on a specific thing, because you could essentially just apply the general opinion to something specific. Like if you know the author doesn't like the color red, it's fair to assume the author's not going to like a red toy. But if there's another point of view involved, that's where you want to be especially careful, because the other person may or may not agree with the author on everything. To Nancy's point. So Nancy, let's do at least a couple more, and then with the time we have, we'll open it up for some questions for everyone. So Nancy, would you read 18? If you're still on mic. Not Nancy, I'm sorry, Sherry. I apologize. Sherry, you still with me?
Can you hear me okay?
And I know your name because we work together. I apologize. Sherry, would you read 18, please?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we're on number 18?
Yep.
Based on the passage, the relationship between strengthening current copyright laws and relying on passwords to restrict access to a web document is most analogous to the relationship between, and this would be analogous, I can't even get my words out. Yeah, an analogous.
I always start with analogous, but it is called an analogy, at least to make it easier on both of us, is that it's called an analogy question. Yeah. Okay. Now, excellent. That is an analogy question. What makes it an analogy question?
Because it's wanting us to refer to the passage and kind of see what the relationship is and how that is similar to something that it's going to present us in the answer choices.
Yeah. Yep. It's asking us to compare relationships between, yeah, absolutely. Now, I just want to, by the way, one, excellent work. Two, I want to point something out about this. As I'm reading this, it kind of reinforced to me the value of knowing question types. Because, like, okay, based on the passage, the relationship between the strengthening and, I'm seeing strengthening, right? So I'm like, oh, man, maybe it's a strength and weakening question. And then I'm seeing relying on, I'm like, okay, okay. I'm like, maybe, and then maybe it's an illustration example because you're talking about the detail in the passage. And then we get to analogous, and then relationship. And that's what it's asking for. So a couple of things. One, I'm reading this, there's a lot of words, and that can confuse us. So just the value of knowing question type with a really complex, wordy question can make your life easier. But two, knowing question type will prevent you from, like, mixing up question types. Like, and who knows, maybe we could have thought it was a strengthened question or something if we misread it, we're going too quickly. And more importantly, reserve judgment until you get to the end. Because, I mean, even I'm guilty, and I teach this, even I'm guilty. I'm reading it, I'm thinking, oh, okay, maybe it's this question type, maybe it's that. We don't know until we get to the end. Take a look at the end, process the whole thing, and then once you got everything as a whole, then make your choice on what it is. And it doesn't mean that it's okay if you see words that pop out to you and you think, oh, maybe it's just like a question. But don't confirm until you get to the end until you see everything. But I hope some of the stuff I was blabbering about was helpful to you guys. But excellent work, Sherry. And what's our strategy for an analogy question?
So what I would be doing probably is I would be looking at the big picture of the passage and kind of trying to get an overall concept of what the relationship is in the passage, and then I would compare that and what was inferred or what type of concept the author was trying to get across. I would kind of review that and compare it to what they're trying to do in the answer choices, but I'm not sure if that's the proper way to do it.
No, I think you're close. I'm going to tighten it a little bit because you're absolutely right. Getting the big picture is always going to be helpful for all this stuff. But no matter how you get there, you want to get to a place where in your mind you're sort of phrasing. You're phrasing in your mind with your own words the relationship between the two things. So let's see. They're talking about between strengthening current copyright laws, okay, and relying on passwords to restrict access, blah, 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 blah. So again, I want to sit back, think about the past, and be like, okay, the relationship between strengthening current copyright laws and the whole passwords restriction idea. What is the relationship between the two? I want to sit there and think, okay, what's the relationship between the two? And then have some phrase in my mind that kind of, whatever my phrase is, maybe it'll be whatever I make up, not make up, but whatever in my own words that basically explains the relationship between the two. And once I have that, that's my prediction. And then I want to find which one of these analogies in the answer choices, which one of these examples in the answer choices below meets that phrase that I created, that defines the relationship between the two. Does that make sense, Sherry?
Absolutely, yes. I think that was a great way to explain the process.
Right. I think you're being too kind, but thank you. And how about everyone else? Does that make sense? Cool. And Sherry, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Okay.
Do you remember what is the one thing I said to look out for?
The one thing to look out for, was that when you were talking about it's important to maybe I'm probably going down the wrong path here.
Okay.
I think there was one time when you said to be careful for trap answers that might I don't know. This probably wasn't it. I was thinking when you were looking for specific things that would be specific to the passage, because this really, although it's talking about the passage here, our answer choice is probably going to be something that kind of has the same type of relationship as we would kind of imply from the other, but I'm probably off track. What would
No, don't
you?
worry about it. Listen, I'm putting you on the spot. Two, you're just learning this for the first time, so don't worry about it. It's like seriously, you're doing well. Um, I, the example I gave was the Price is Right, where you don't want to go over, even if you're
Oh,
close.
right.
It's too far.
Right. So keep it simple and maybe not overcomplicate it.
Yeah, I think you might. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't quite sure what
I think
if you were saying it, but yeah, like the point is like just like on the Price is Right, if your guess goes too far,
Hmm.
then it doesn't fit. You know, you'd rather be under and close
to
than
find
over and close.
to find parallels, Jimmy. Would you like for if we were to go with an LR parallel? Wouldn't it be similar to the approach you have with like necessary assumptions or must or most strongly supported questions where you know you when you see this really strong language like all you see all your your logical indicators like all or must or only you're like,
Uh,
oh no, that's way too strong, right? It's like that's betting 1,000 when really you should just bet $1.
yeah, yeah. The great point, Dave. I want to. You're absolutely right to bring that up. I think you should be. Oh, and I wouldn't just say this for analogy questions, but for every question, with maybe a few exceptions, like must be true questions. You want to be wary of answers that are too absolute or too like every all, because yeah, that could be going over the amount. But I would specifically say for analogy questions, remember on The Price is Right, if I guess a quart of milk, remember if I guess it's $1 and Dave guesses it's 2.75 and the actual answer is 2.50. In real life, we'd be like, oh, that should work. Dave's right, Jimmy's wrong. But in the game, I would win because Dave went over the amount. For analogies, even if it's by a hair, you don't want to go over. Um, you don't want to go over the scope. If that makes any sense. And if you want to play it safe, like Dave said, just be wary of anything that's too every, too all, too absolute. Does that make sense?
It
Yeah,
does.
you don't want to over infer. So listen, Dave, I know you want to end at 3. I want to end at 3, but I also want to just
We
quickly
don't want
open
to
up,
have
if
to
it's
end,
okay, Dave.
but I just want to. I don't want
I
to end at 3, but I want
Can
to
you
like.
open up to any general questions people have?
Yeah, we can. You can keep doing your Q&A at 3, but I think as far as, but I want to make sure that people get a couple of questions in, and if like,
Yeah.
but if you want to go over, and people want to go over, that's completely fine. Yeah, that's no worries. I just want to
I
make
can't
sure
go
that
too much over, like maybe 310 at
sure,
most for me,
absolutely.
or I'll try to be generous if I can. But if it's okay, let's wrap up this and then move on to any questions anyone wants to ask. Is that cool?
Sure, sure. I
Is
think.
that okay? But be honest, David. If there's something else I need to cover.
Oh no, no, man, you did great. No, I would just no. I think we're totally ready to do question and answers. I just want. Uh, I actually don't know why I'm being. I don't know. Maybe it's I'm being a little too type A. I just want to make people feel like they don't have to stay later than the 3 hours. If they don't want
Yeah.
to. I don't know. I've probably just been overthinking this. I just wanted to make sure that we felt like that we had everyone got the certain what they wanted out of this in the time that it was, and they didn't like feel like I waited for 3 hours to hear this one question. I never came up. I guess that's what I'm worried about. But anyway, I'm going to open up the field.
If there's anything we're missing.
I don't know, but I'm going to open up the field, and if people want to ask questions, then we'll just do it.
Okay, cool. And Sherry, thank you for participating.
So now
Oh, you're welcome.
I've
My
opened
pleasure.
I've opened the floodgates. Now you can all unmute yourself if you've self muted yourself. Just hit the green hit the mic button someplace. And if you have Seema, go for it. Seema, I see that you're green. I should be able to hear you. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Jimmy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Seema, can you hear me? Can you hear us? We can't hear you if you're
Maybe
talking.
she could type her question.
Maybe she could.
I think
I'm sure she could. But I just just trying to. We got this really nice swanky system. I don't know why it's not working. But yeah, Seema, if you cannot, if like obviously we're not hearing you, you might want to just type it in.
So yeah, Seema, why don't you type your question? Or you probably are typing at this point.
Long question.
Okay, RC is usually a bit hit or miss for me. Okay, not, I'll say as we're waiting for the rest, not surprising because I think, like I was saying early on, I think a lot of courses take RC for granted, so you don't get as much structure as you need. So let's see, and I usually only annotate the author's opinion and the other opinion and mark it up. Okay, cool. And by the way, if you want to, anything you want to ask is fair game now, so we can talk about annotation. But don't mark up the endpoint and other things you discussed today. Okay, cool. So, all right. Let me address this. Um, I'm guessing you're thinking, okay, what are good things to annotate? Um, yeah, okay. I'll usually go into the patch slowly and get to the questions. So cool. I like the fact that you go through it slowly because I think a lot of people don't resist the temptation to go too quickly and they kind of screw themselves. So good. Go through it slowly and methodically, relatively speaking. Um, so I'm guessing what you're asking is if there are other things that you should be annotating. And if that's the case, I'll give you a crash course, a real quick one, because this could be a whole lesson on what I annotate. And maybe you could just think of this as like broad elements of things to annotate. And yeah, so you do. I'm guessing you do want my what I annotate, right? I'll give it to you anyway. And again, we'll do this in a broad way, so that because everyone will have something different. I'm sure Nicole, I know Nicole does stuff. I'm sure she might have different variations of it, but it's probably based on the same things. I think, and as well as the trainer and other stuff. Um, cool. Thank you, Heidi. Uh, man, Heidi, Heidi, you are from Texas. Um, I think Ted Cruz's wife is hot, by the way. But and Ted's not so bad looking. But whatever works for you. Um, so let's see here. Um, my idea, I'll just say the basics of what I do. And to me, it's not complicated. To me, it's not complicated. To me, it is. Do you have the main point? And do you have the author's opinion? Those two things, and these are just the basics, should be elements of your annotating. And again, I'm saying this broadly. So we can get specific into it, and in that sense, right? So let's talk about main point because I imagine that's not what you're including right now, and that's usually what I start with. This is how I do it. I look at main point. I look at paragraphs as the building blocks of the passage. So, and I think you might want to also. It doesn't always work out perfectly, but it's a good way to think of it. So what I'll do is I will look for the main point of every paragraph. And ideally what I tell people to do is on your margins on the left, just briefly briefly write like, and again, it doesn't have to be, definitely not a sentence because you don't have time for sentences, but briefly write what you think the main point is. It could be a couple of words. I mean, definitely phrase, don't do a sentence, do a phrase. A phrase is fine. It could be a phrase made up of abbreviations of words, right? So if you could do anything in shorthand, do it in shorthand. It could be symbols. So if it's a science passage, I mean, save yourself time because symbols are quick. Like, if it's like, if you want to draw out something along the lines of, let me see, I'll draw something out here. O2, as O2 increases, CO2 decreases. Something like that. So, like, Like, and even with the symbols, like instead of increases, I might have an arrow going up and decreases, an arrow going down. But like, you just want to make it as efficient as possible in how you write it out, because main point could take longer to write out. So you want to, abbreviations are fine, phrases are fine. But for every paragraph, I note the main point of that paragraph. It doesn't have to be perfect. Here's the shortcut you can do. You can circle, if you find a sentence that encapsulates the main point of that paragraph, then instead of writing it out, I mean, take the shortcut and go ahead and circle it. But let me warn you, if you do it that way, you might run into trouble, because this is the LSAT. It's not like there's going to be one sentence that often, there's not going to be tons of paragraphs where there's one sentence that encapsulates the main point of it. There are going to be some, but not that many. So I had a student, this is for the SAT, but if you can imagine doing the SAT, like, you can imagine what it would be like on the LSAT. It would really mess you up. I told him, I said, listen, when you've got a sentence that, or a phrase that encapsulates the main point of the paragraph, then just circle it as your main point. And I said, it doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, take advantage of it. Instead, you know, when it doesn't, then just write it on the side. So what does he do? He tries to do it for every paragraph. So he basically tries to do a make it fit approach. And he just tries to find things that a sentence or a phrase that encapsulates the main point. And that's not true for every paragraph. It's not true for most paragraphs. So it messed with his understanding of the whole passage. So be careful of that. Only do it in cases where there's a sentence or phrase that encapsulates the main point. But other than that, my idea is simple. On the side, or unless if you could circle it, briefly, like, just jot a phrase or symbol that says the main point of the paragraph. Do that for every paragraph. And then you're done. Then you've got the main point of every paragraph. And if you want the main point of the passage, well, I mean, briefly at the end, look at everything you've annotated on the left for your 4 or 5 paragraphs, and think overall, what was the gist of the main point of this passage? And if you want to, again, if you want to go look at your main points of your paragraph, that's basically it. So that's what I do for main point. Let me just say that, do I do that in real time? Yes, I do. Let me be 100% honest with you. Does it always work? Do I always have time to do that all the time? No, sometimes I'm rushing, and I don't have time for it. If that's the case, fine. If you can't write it, because that's the one that involves the most writing, then I would encourage you to, at the very least, you absolutely need to at least ask yourself what the main point of the paragraph is. The reason I like the writing is not so much for going back and reading it over, because I'll tell you right now, I have horrible handwriting. I don't think anyone you'll ever meet has worse handwriting than me. I can't even read what I write sometimes. It's the active ability of engaging with something. If you write it, it forces yourself to engage in it. There are plenty of studies that show it. So, and it forces me to do it. So if you don't have time to actually write it, then at least you need to, like, hold yourself on the honor code for your own sake and make sure that you at least identified in your mind what the main point of every paragraph is, if that makes any sense. And then Nancy, let me see what you wrote. Sometimes these passages are so boring, oh my God, I have to smack myself and fake being interested. And marking up the passage helps a lot. Yeah, I circle when, cool. Yeah, so that's another reason, by the way, that I want you to mark up, because it forces you to stay engaged. If you are physically involved in something, studies show that you're more likely to be engaged. We can't get up and stand around the room, although that actually could help. All we could do is do something physical to engage. So by reading with a purpose, by saying to myself, what's the main point? What's the main point? I've got a purpose. It's almost like going through a crossword puzzle. Or you ever, maybe not a crossword puzzle, but you guys ever see those, my grandma used to do them, like where they give you like a bunch of letters, like a whole box full of random letters, and you've got to find the word and circle it. When you read that could be boring as hell, but if you're looking for specific words, that gives you a purpose that keeps you engaged. So kind of like to dovetail on what Nancy was saying, jump on what Nancy was saying, by reading with a purpose, by looking for the main point, it keeps you engaged. So you're less likely to get bored and lose your place. The other thing is this. It's sort of a good safeguard. So if you read through a paragraph and you can't identify what the main point of that paragraph is, then you need to go back and reread it, or you need to look at it a little more clearly. So rather than reading through like 3 paragraphs and then being like, oh my God, I don't know what the hell I just wrote, instead you've stopped at every paragraph and said, okay, okay, wait, like I didn't get what the main point is, so I need to go back and reread it. Again, it's sort of like a safeguard, so you're not likely to make those silly mistakes. I hope that makes sense. So it benefits you, so like you kind of hold yourself accountable. So because I'd rather you stop and reread a paragraph than go 2 or 3 more paragraphs and not catch yourself, be like, oh my god, I don't know anything I wrote. But my stuff is pretty simple. As long as you're looking for the main point of every paragraph, and then I guess the main point overall, you're in good shape. And then the other element of it is what I call point of view, or you can call it author's point of view, author's attitude. And again, for that, I don't even write what it says. I don't write it. I just, whenever I see it, I just draw a line to it, and then in my margin, I write POV in big letters on the side. And that's quick. That's easy. POV, right? Like, so whenever I see a hint of what, remember what I was saying before? Like, they don't say, I believe, I think. They don't do that. This is the LSAT. But if I see something like where the author's like, well, the results of the study were not quite as conclusive. The second study, however, was much more helpful. Like, that's mealy-mouthed language, but for the LSAT, it screams volumes. Those are some clues. That tells me they like the second study more. So I'm just going to draw a line out from that part of the text, and in my margin, I'm going to write POV on the side, just so I know there's something that's a hint of a point of view. And then, as others have pointed out, and rightly so, there's usually more than the author's point of view. So then, like, you know, maybe I'll if I notice, like, you know, there's a scientist that says that they prefer this other theory, then I'll just annotate that. I'll just point to it, and I'll write POVB, POVC, or POV2, POV3. But that's it. That's the gist of what I do. If you do nothing, and I think those are good broad elements of any annotating system. As long as you're looking for main point and point of view, you're in good shape. There are other things I do. I don't think we have time to get into. I'll circle every time there's a name of somebody, and every time I see it, because that forces me to stay engaged. Instead of, like, I'll be less likely to mix up the names of different people mentioned or whatever if I force myself to circle it every time I see it. And then if I need to go back and find it, they're all circled. Things like that I find are helpful. I do the same thing with years, although I don't think that's as necessary on the LSAT. But as long as you're doing main point and looking for author's attitude or point of view or other opinions, then you're in good shape. Those should be the common elements. We don't have too much time to get into it, but as long as you're doing those two things, you're in good shape. And as long as when you're looking for, like, if you're reading, if you're evaluating a method of annotating, as long as there's those elements, you're in good place. Would you recommend circling one author and squaring the other author so you know how to differentiate them when addressing the questions? Well, when you say author, there's one. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. There's one author. So you mean, like, okay, author and then different opinions? If that works for you, you know. In the comparative passage. If that works for you, I'm usually able to differentiate the two. But if that works for you visually, I think. Well, let me say this to who asked that. That was Seema. Seema, one of the things that Jay Weiss says when he's talking about logic games, what I think is very helpful overall for the LSAT, he keeps talking about visual representations. Visual representation. So, Seema, if for you, squaring something is effective in differentiating between the things you circle, then please do that. If it works for you visually, when you're, like, you know, trying to get through this in a quick amount of time, then try it. Yeah, please go ahead. As long as you got the basic concepts of what I'm saying, if there's a way of doing it that works for you, then please go right ahead. Other questions? I'll take a little more time. I don't mind. Seema, I use bracketed and write author and then different opinion. Yeah, that's cool. By the way, one thing I don't do, I'll just say this, I don't underline. The reason I don't underline is because we have a tendency, my humble opinion, we have a tendency to underline everything or highlight everything, and that's not good. I have a whole long opinion on that, but that's why I prefer either bracketing or circling, because then it forces you to have to stop. Yeah, Seema, yeah, you're right about you don't want to go crazy about over-annotating. It's important you do annotate. So that's why I always say my annotating is pretty efficient. There's more. I mean, if I did a whole workshop on this we could get a lot more specific. But as long as you've got the bread and butter of main point and point of view included in there, you're in good shape. Do we have other questions? Yeah, please try that. See if you can get done. Even if you can't, as long as you're at least thinking about it. I want you to try to write it. But as long as you're thinking about it, I'm just addressing Seema's question. I do want to see if we have other questions. I know we just got to one. Okay, Emily. I seem to struggle most with convoluted science-based passages. Any tips on dealing with those specifically? Okay, good question. Because we don't have an example in front of us, and reading, we haven't done a whole thing on reading comp, the reading strategies. I don't know how much of it I can address, but I will say this. A couple of things. My last resort is if you know a passage. I don't want to be defeatist. I don't mean that in this way. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. If you know a passage is going to be challenging or most challenging, maybe you want to save it for the end. That's one. That's one thing you can do. But let's not focus on that, because ideally we want to make these easier for you, much easier, so you don't even have to think about that. So in a little bit of time I have, let me think of what we can do. One, psychologically, try to get away. It's good to identify things that are challenging, but remember, this is not static. It doesn't have to be challenging all the time. It is challenging now, but don't feel like, oh, science passages are always going to be my worst. That's the second thing I think is important. Be open to the fact that it could be a lot easier. Number three, and this is where it really gets important. I remember doing science passages. I liked science, but I ended up majoring in political science, obviously not science, and the humanities. So then I didn't have much practice in it. So I remember doing passages with other people. One of the things we realized was when we had to answer the questions, we didn't need to really understand everything. We didn't need to know all the details. And I think we know this, but we kind of take it for granted. We think, oh my God, this is complicated. We really got to get this. So my point is that one of the things I want to emphasize is kind of read for the big picture. Read as the trainer would say, for structure. Read for read for the big picture. Read for structure. Don't worry so much about getting all the details. And I would also even say this: maybe what you want to try is this: read for function. And by that I mean really take a long view of things and be like, okay, what's going on here? What's the author doing here? So the author, instead of just even worrying about all the mumbo jumbo of molecules and atoms and quarks or electrons and neutrons, instead be okay, the author's introducing a topic. Now the author is giving an example. Now the author is giving a counterexample. I think things like that could be really helpful. So because I think that the real danger is if we don't read if we get too much into the details, two things happen. One, we're focusing on things they're not really going to ask about. Because again, it's if you think about a trial, I hate to use the example of a trial lawyer because most people don't become trial lawyers with their law degree, but if you're a trial lawyer and you're doing a malpractice suit, you're not a doctor. You might have to know a little bit more about medicine than most other trial lawyers if you're dealing with malpractice, but you're not the doctor. You're not the expert witness. You need a little bit of understanding, but more importantly, you need to apply it to the legal realm. And it's the same thing here. You don't need to understand all the details of this science. You just need to know just enough to make your logical arguments and to understand the logic behind it. So that's why, resist the temptation to try to master every detail. Focus in on the big picture stuff, and particularly the functional stuff. Hey, here's the author's making the argument. Here the author's rebutting. I promise you that'll be much more powerful. Look at it as a template rather than getting absorbed in the details. Does that help at all? I'm trying to remember who asked the question. Emily, does that help at all? I think that'll. Cool, excellent, thank you, and thanks, Nicole. Thank you very much. And for any of you who are asking about this, I think Nicole probably does a great job in her workshop on reading comp. I know she's got a few of them, so definitely either grab a recording of it or sign up when she's got them, because I think she'll discuss a lot of this stuff. Other questions? And by the way, again, as I'm waiting for questions, I really want to emphasize that. I've noticed over and over again, you maybe need to understand 20 or 30% of the content for these seemingly hardcore science passages. And you're wasting your time and doing yourself a disservice if you're trying to understand 90% of it. So just focus more on the big picture and the function stuff. Seema, I have a general question about LR, but I can wait until all the RC questions have been asked. Okay. Any more RC questions?
I just want to jump in
Sure,
abruptly. Yes, I have. This is Nicole Hopkins. I've been lurking. I'm good. I'm just getting over the flu, so I have a little bit of a sense of smell now, which is really exciting. It's a great thing to have back after not having it for a week. But yes, I am. Yes, I was previously known as Heidi Cruz. So I just wanted to say, like, I'm so happy to hear Jimmy say all of this about not needing to understand the passage. I mean, he and I, like, those of you who know me know that I harp on this a lot, but, like, I mean, Jimmy and I have never, like, independently discussed this topic, and it's so great to hear somebody else saying this, because it's the truth. RC is not about understanding the subject matter. It's about being able to work with, identify the big moving pieces, right, which is basically reading for structure, and being able to seek out specific pieces of information when it's necessary. So this is just like, it's just really great to hear somebody, saying something that's just like a big pet topic of mine from like a very different perspective. And I really think that that for folks who are either taking way too long to read a passage, or who have major time issues, my prediction with all of them is that they are indeed trying too much to understand the passage, and
Yep.
wasting time doing that.
Absolutely.
And it's just, because that's our natural tendency, because that's how we're taught to read in college. We're taught to, read to understand it, make some notes, read it several times, have an opinion, write me a paper, and also, be able to regurgitate the details and demonstrate, right? But that is not your task in RC, and by the way, that's not your task in law school. I
Yep.
mean, it's a complete, and I think that's why law school is academically so challenging for so many people, is because they are not able to adapt to a completely different kind of skill set. So do yourself a favor and do what Jimmy's saying now, because this is going to be vital to your success in law school, this ability to to read for structure and to read with a specific task in mind.
Thanks. Thank you,
Yeah.
and thanks for your kind words. Thank you very much.
I'm so excited. I've been sitting over here kicking myself because it's so thrilling to me. I love it.
Oh no! If I could borrow you for a second, like it's funny because the same concept that we're applying to these questions, right? The whole concept of reading comp questions and knowing question types is
Yes.
that every question, like if you look at my screen now, question 18, question 22, question 19, whatever, they're all different, but they're all fit into these templates. And
absolutely.
They're all like based on logic. These templates based on a framework of logic, and it's sort of the same thing with passages, right? Like for a science passage, the content is going to be different for different science passages, and it's different than a humanitarian passage. But it fits, kind of like you're saying, Nicole. It fits into a template with a logical framework. And what we really need to do is find the logical framework. Everything else, they're just bit players that we can interchange.
Well, this is one of the reasons that that I argue that LG and RC are actually very similar sections, because in logic games, there's so much similarity between these different kind of like structures or pattern. I mean, like they all, it's like the same game. I mean, it's the same task. It's the same kind of framework, just masquerading like under a different cover, right? And RC is the same thing. I mean, for me, like now that I've been teaching RC for a while, and like, I mean, now that I've, done so many PTs and like been around it for so much, it is astonishing to me the level of consistency and similarity. I mean, forget subject matter, right? Just forget it. It has nothing to do with what's really. I mean, those are just the covers. Just like in a logic game, you're not thinking like, oh, this logic game is about, a gallery wall.
Or
what's that?
The different dinosaurs, right? It's not about the great dinosaurs.
Oh my gosh.
It doesn't matter.
I need to think about the dinosaurs, like I need to like imagine the dinosaurs in my mind. I mean, there are certainly some RC passages. I'm thinking about like the ocean floor spreading passage and, maybe like the maze passage. There are certainly some RC passages where like you kind of do want to like picture it in your mind. But I mean, it's just a cover. The subject matter is just a cover. It's just like different cases are different covers for different legal issues. I mean, it's all the same process. And we get so distracted by the particularities of it. And it's the same for the questions, like you were saying, Jimmy.
Yeah. And it's funny what you were saying about logic games. People, like, I know we joke around a lot of times, like, oh, this is the Mob Dinosaur game. This is the, I had a student that, she'd always talk about the goofy names, but we really don't want to get distracted by those. We really want to call them, instead of calling them Peter and Quentin and
that's P.
We want to call them P and Q.
Yeah.
Anything else is a distraction.
Yes.
And it's the same concept for reading comp.
Absolutely. Well, and I mean, it's so funny how, I mean, people really miss the forest for the trees. Like it's just, again, like when you get, and I mean, for those of you who, I know we've got folks at all different stages of prep, but I mean, this is one of the reasons that, like, I mean, look, if English is your second language, then I definitely think you need to, like, read a lot and get a lot of, kind of vocabulary building stuff. But like for everybody else, I mean, I think the way to get really good at RC is just to read a lot of RC passages. The reason being, you'll start to see what we're talking about, where it's just like, you can anticipate the structure. I mean, Jimmy, I'm sure you experienced this, where you're like, I look at a passage and I'm like, let me guess. Okay, we've got, these people think this thing, and that's all well and good, but they're wrong because they overlooked this. Let me tell you about this thing. I'm going to give you some evidence, and that's great. And then I'm going to say, hey, this doesn't apply in all cases, right? How many times have we seen that exact same?
Was it you
passage?
Or was it someone else? There was a poster like maybe a year ago that, like, they didn't do quite a parody of it, but they were pretty close. They were like, they basically said what you said in a post, and I was like,
really?
oh my God, this is so true. And they were kind of joking, but it crystallized it for me.
No,
I was
totally
like, wow, it's the same crap all the time. No disrespect, but it's the same crap all the time.
It's the same crap. Well,
yeah.
And that's why. And I mean, another thing I wanted to say, like, and that I hear a lot is like, people are like, oh, it's so hard to improve on RC. Like, oh, it's just like, you're pretty much stuck with it. Like, you're not. And I'm like, y'all are not creative enough. Like, this is ridiculous. Of course you can improve on RC. I mean, you need to. I mean, this stuff with the question types, absolutely. Like, honing in on the specific task at hand and realizing, like, in what way do I need to interact with the passage? Is this like an inference where I need to stitch together multiple pieces of information that are unstated, and come up with something that's unstated? Or is this something where I need to reference a specific line and, like, infer context? Like, and so I think that having gaining that specific knowledge of the task at hand and seeing how much similarity there is between these questions, even though they're worded completely differently and they've got like totally different subject matter. That's a concrete way to improve. Another concrete way to improve is to stop reading for understanding, right? I mean, like,
Yep. It's
if you're
very
not improving
to most people, but it's important.
Yeah. If you're not improving, then I mean, like, there's something that you're not like trying yet, I think.
That's fair.
There's still a change that needs to be made. So
Yeah.
I hope that's encouraging for folks, because like, I mean, the most discouraging thing is to, be stuck at that like -8 in RC when you have like a 170 goal. And it's just like, why am I not improving? Why am I not improving? And it's like, well, this is where like critical self-reflection comes in, and you need to look at, like, hey, am I sitting here trying to read for detail, trying to remember stuff, trying to understand it, like, but that's something that only you can do it as an individual. But
yeah, I think it's a good. I just want to say this, and then I don't want you to think we neglected SEMA. Somebody had a question.
oh yeah,
But you're right, and I think Nicole makes a great point that everyone should kind of remember. Always, I know it's frustrating. You guys are all working your butts off, and it's a lot to master. You always want to say to yourself, "What is there something I'm missing?" If you're not doing as well, you want to ask yourself, "What am I missing? What am I missing?" And then then go on the message board or ask one of us. I'm doing this in RC. What am I missing? Why am I? And those are constructive questions. So it's not that you're not going to get it. It's like you just kind of what do you need to do differently? But that's a good guiding question to ask yourself.
yes,
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah. Sorry, just one last thing. I think the working assumption for this test should be that everyone can improve to, I would say, at least the 90th percentile. This is a skills test. Can you learn to ride a bike? I mean, it's this is a skill just like riding a bike, or just like martial arts, or like chopping vegetables. Like, it's a skill, and you gain skills through proper technique, good habits, and a lot of practice. And I really believe that humans are rational creatures. What the LSAT tests is stuff that we all are absolutely capable of just by default, just by being human. So assume that you can improve, and if you're not improving, start asking questions and try to find out.
Ask questions.
Why.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Great. Thanks, Jimmy.
No, thank you. And I'm so glad you said that. Real quick, and then we'll go to I promise you. But I'm really glad Nicole said that, because, look, anyone who's like, oh, I'm at a set point. I'm a 150 person. That's just me. I think that's such garbage. And I know it's not easy to hear when you're struggling to get to a 155, but I really don't think we're at set points. I really don't. I think generally, unless you've got something very specific going on, neurologically, I think most of us can get there. So please don't limit yourself.
That's right.
And Seema, you had an LR question? I don't know if you're mic'd up, Seema, but feel free if you want to message it. Okay, what's your LR question? You said it was a general LR question. Cool. You're still on most strongly supported questions. Cool. But sometimes when I approach LR question types, I find I'm making unwarranted assumptions in my reasoning for the stimulus. So how do I not make assumptions that are not there? Okay. So cool. Good point. I think part of it is I know it sounds, look, part of it's going to take time because it's a whole different animal for us. Um, you really want to look. You really want to internalize the idea that unless if it's stated, you don't want to bring in outside ideas. Confine it within reason to what is stated in the stimulus. That's number one. Number two, like anything, I like that Nicole said habits before because it's huge for this test. It's going to take time. You need to make it a habit. So that's going to come with time. Number three, you're only doing you're only learning, I guess. I assume you've done other question types in practice, but you're at least in your lesson plan you're focused on most strongly supported questions. So you're early on in the game, so don't be too hard on yourself. In time, you're going to get it more. And then I guess the final thing is this. Um, shoot, what was? Oh, believe it or not, mastering question types. For the thing I always tell people for logical reasoning is kind of what I'm telling people for. It's the same thing what I'm telling people for RC question types. Master question types. I'm a big believer in reading the question first. I understand if some people for LR don't agree with me on that. I strongly believe it. I respect other opinions, but I strongly believe it. The reason I believe that is because if you, again, just like with this is for LR, again, not for reading comp, but for LR. If you identify the question type, if you're like, hey, this is a most strongly supported question, great. So for a most strongly supported question, this is what they want. What's my strategy? I do this. Then you go to read it, and you read the stimulus in a very focused way because you're going to read the stimulus with a different focus for a most strongly supported question than you would say for a necessary assumption question. And I think, honestly, if you're reading for a purpose because you know question type, then you're far less likely to focus on things that are out of that focus. I don't know how that sounds, but you're less likely to make unwarranted assumptions. You're less likely to be tempted to go off on tangents or get distracted because instead you're like, okay, most strongly supported, great. I have to make an assessment within reason. It's kind of like it must be true, but it doesn't have to be airtight. Or necessary assumption question, great. This is my strategy. So what the human mind, it sounds silly, but like what the human mind focuses on, that's what it does at the exclusion of other things. So if you've got your question type and your strategy for it, you're far less likely to get distracted by unwarranted assumptions. And I like what you just said, Seema. You said, I need to start pre-phrasing more. That's another thing. Thank you for reminding me. It's going to be very helpful. Predict before you peak. It's a Kaplan thing. I'll give them credit, but they're absolutely right. Predict before you peak at the answer choices. So in the past, I overassumed and strengthened weakened question types. Okay. That's fair, yeah. And I think I know you haven't quite done those yet. I think when you do the lessons, that's going to help you. I really do. They're not that complex. I think I think you'll be less likely to do that once you do the lessons for those, and you're focusing on a strategy for every question type. So that way, when you read the stimulus, you'll be more focused and less likely to make unwarranted assumptions. Seema, I'm glad Seema said this about rushing through the curriculum. I know you're in like sort of a catch-22 a lot of times because you have to devote a lot of time to this stuff. So people are like kind of quick to go through their lessons, and they might go through too quickly and then spread themselves too thin. So yeah, you wanna take time and sit through them and make sure you get them, rather than be like, okay, I got to get on pace for this. Look, if you're doing a lesson and it just gels with you, then you could skip ahead, but make sure you're good on it. I'm sorry if my answers weren't that specific. I don't think we have anything that specific. I just within just in how far you've progressed, without being able to pinpoint everything, this is what I've been able to think that might be helpful to you. If you want, feel free, Seema, to message me later on, and if you want to go over particular problems or something, I'm more than happy to spend time doing that with you. But I think, unless if anyone has a really quick question, that's going to be it. Because I wanted to stop at 3:10, and it was valuable. I'm glad everyone shared.
I mean,
my pleasure.
if everybody's keen and you're keen, it's up to you. I mean, you got 10 people here who are just listening intent and loving everything you're doing. So I think if you want to keep going and if they want to keep going, by all means, keep going. But you don't have to. Nobody has to do anything here. This was all just. So I don't want you to feel like I don't want to cut you off, Jimmy, but I also don't want to make people feel like they have to stick around either. But if
no one has to stick around, no one. Does anyone have a specific question? Okay, no worries, Seema. Thank you for your time. How about anybody else? Does anyone else have a question? Don't be shy. And it could be about anything.
Well, I'll throw this out there. I mean, I don't want to. If somebody else has another question, take them before me. But I know some of the folks on the call, and I think they'd be really inspired to hear your kind of your LSAT journey story. It's one of my favorite stories. You posted on the forums a while ago, but if we don't have any other questions, I mean, I know that would at least be some kind of afternoon inspiration for us.
Sure, thanks. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Yeah, I didn't know. I don't mean to. I don't mean this in a bragging way.
No, I know what the people want. I know what they want.
No, the story is actually pretty humbling. But I got a response from it that I was rather surprised about. And happy to hear. So thank you, Nicole. My first PT at like a 149 on a practice test I was taking with Test Masters. I like Test Masters. I happen to love Seven Sage, but you know, I mean, and I ended up scoring a 173. And I will say that I also took the test 3 times. I don't know, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm sort of the underdog in a sense. Like, even with the SAT, it was 3 times for me before I scored what I wanted to score. Some of it was circumstance, some of it wasn't. But I literally was at a 149 to, I'm not the only one on the SAT. That's cool. But I literally went from like a 149 on my practice test to, let's see, a 162 the first time I took the LSAT, to a 165, then to a 173. I think that part of it is like, even though I took tons of practice tests, one of the elements of it was you never know how ready you're going to be for test day. Another element of it was there were circumstances. There was a rap concert outside of the room that the first time I took the LSAT, and believe it or not, the doors wouldn't close. The windows wouldn't close, so we had to move. It messed up my logic game section, maybe, and then we had to move to a different room where the windows would close, but you could still hear it. It was just the worst thing that could happen. Luckily, LSAC put something in my file. Of course, I don't think that makes the people that evaluate these applications have sympathy or anything. I ended up. I took it 3 times. I've done well over the 40 or so PTs that people do. I can tell you from my experience, I mean, it really comes down to not getting discouraged, or getting discouraged, letting yourself be discouraged. I think the first time I got my 162, and I was hoping to get in the 170s, I lived in California. I think I was going to go to In-N-Out, and I said, no, I'm going to go nachos. So I hit the nachos pretty hard. And then I felt guilty, so I hit the weights afterwards. So, let yourself be down for a day or two, and then get back up, and then keep doing what you're doing. Real quick, for me, I mean, it was doing PTs. What else was effective? Blind review is your best friend. I'd rather you do less PTs if it means you're going to blind review them well than do a ton of PTs and not blind review them. The other thing was, by the time I was taking it for the 3rd time, I had done the PTs and reviewed. So instead, I mean, I did quality PTs. I didn't go crazy. But I started tutoring, which helps. If you could teach, I think Dave and Nicole will probably agree with me on this. If you can teach something, that forces you to really process it in a way that's much stronger than if you just learn it on your own. Because if you got to explain it to someone else, you really need to know it. So I started tutoring. That helped make a lot of the stuff really good. And then I also, for me,
Jimmy, sorry, I want to
agree with that, Dave?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but I want to cross promote this to. I mean, that's essentially what BR Group is about. That is essentially
going
What?
to help you if you do it. If you get a BR group, it's going to help you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you can tell other people the process, or just state your reasoning out loud as a way to experiment, as a way to test your understanding of a particular question or not. So yeah,
Yes.
Yeah,
I think it could be.
Good, I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say I think it could be a great way to break a plateau. By the way, like if you're plateauing, like you need to try something new. It's just like when you plateau when you're like trying to lose weight, you're working out or something like that. You got to switch it up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you're lifting
Yeah.
weights, trying to lose weight, you try something different.
Yeah, you got to
Yeah.
switch it up. So teaching others, I mean, particularly like before you've actually sat for the test, the opportunity to teach others, I mean, that can be really game changing. And that's, I mean, I kind of knew that for some reason back in, March when I kind of commandeered the calls and started like making sure they happened all the time. And a lot of that was out of self-interest because, I wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to do that to people and with people.
Yeah, right. I think Dave kind of said something similar where, part of the big reason he's doing this is, I mean, Dave seems like a really kind guy. I know he is, but I know that, part of it is it forces him to really internalize this stuff.
Yeah.
Dave also said something interesting I want to jump on. He said, talk to yourself, or to have to say it out loud. And that reminds me of something that Jay Wise said when he was talking about blind review. One of the things, like, you're so caught up in your head, and you can be often isolated when you're learning a lot of this stuff. So when you're blind reviewing, believe it or not, speaking the stuff out loud can really force you to, like, sit with it and think it through. So, look, if you live with someone, tell them, listen, I'm not crazy. You might hear me talking to myself. It's just that I'm talking out the reasoning behind why this question's right or wrong. If you're not living with someone, even better, or you have some time to yourself. But seriously, and this is going to sound crazy, but don't be afraid when you're doing blind review, because this helped me, to talk out. Speak out loud when you're reviewing something, why something's correct, or why something's wrong, or how something flows logically, if that makes any sense. And I'm sorry, I see a question. Jimmy, can you casually talk about active reading skills? Can you expand on that? It appears to be a trait of high scorers. Yeah, let me address that real quick. So everyone's going to have something maybe different that works for them. I think, and I'm so glad you said this because, look, I think active reading is a phrase that's overused and often not explained very well. I imagine Nicole does an amazing job of it because I've heard great things about her workshops. So I hope I can come close. But for me, active reading, like, people throw the phrase around a lot, and really at the end of the day, for me, it's reading with a purpose. Like, I think having effective purposes are better than having less effective purposes, but as long as you're doing something. And by that I mean, like, look, when I say to annotate, I'm saying, hey, look for the main point of your paragraph. I'm saying, look for the author's opinion. Now, I think those are the most effective things you can do, generally speaking. That being said, even if they're not as effective, the point is you've got something to do. So you're less likely to go into that and then find yourself reading through a paragraph and then another paragraph and not remember what you read. Like, instead, you're like, oh, shoot, I came away with what I think is the main point. Or I think I have a sense of what this author's point of view is. And again, even having something that you think is the author's point of view and the main point, that's a good thing. So read with a purpose. And when I say purpose, again, I think what I'm saying now is give yourself a task. That is going to make a big difference for active reading, if that helps, Tyler. And then I want to answer Nancy's question, and then Sherry has a question. So let me just get real quick to Nancy's. I'm not going to miss anyone, I promise. Nancy, how many PTs have you taken in the beginning? I feel like I'm taking forever to review after I find out my score, and what else have you done after that if you're kind of all over the place? So Nancy, just a quick answer. I have to preface this question this way. Again, don't worry about the number of PTs. Do not worry about the number of PTs. I could tell you my number of PTs. I'm sure it's really high. I will also tell you that one of the reasons it's high is because I worry too much about the number of PTs. Granted, it's good to have higher PTs, but more important, like I said before, properly blind review those PTs rather than go for the pure numbers. Is it nice to have over 20 PTs? Absolutely. But I want those 20 PTs to be blind reviewed. Is it great to have 40? Yeah. But I'd rather you have 20 in blind reviewed. I'd rather you have 10 blind reviewed than 20. Like, do the blind review. Everyone's a little bit different. Sometimes I'm exhausted after a test, so I won't necessarily blind review that day. I'll often blind review the day after. And that way I'm more effective. I still kind of remember the content, but I've given myself time to rest and clear my head a little bit. But again, I'd rather you do less PTs and more blind review. Make sure you're blind reviewing a test, otherwise it's worthless. I really mean that. I hope I answered your question okay. And what else do you do after if you're all over the place? If I blind review, obviously I want to make sure that in my blind review I get the answer right. By the way, blind review is a complex process. We don't have time to explain all of it, but make sure you go and read about what blind review actually is and how it's actually done on
You can also watch
in the curriculum.
You can also
Nicole has a workshop, right, on blind review.
Yeah, Nicole Hopkins actually did a Nicole. There's a video of Nicole's. I already posted it on this chat, but it's also you just look. Dylan has it's called, I believe it's called webinar/workshop videos. Jimmy, your video's on there, and this one will be on there too, as well as Nicole's VR review.
Yeah, perfect. Check that out. So just to be clear, because the blind review, like I was saying, thanks, Dave. Blind review is a complex process. A lot of people are like, oh yeah, I reviewed it. No. This is a review. This blind review process is incredibly helpful. That can also break a plateau. I think Dave just put it up there. That can break a plateau. So make sure you know what we mean by blind review and do it. It will help you. It could be one of your best friends. And then just to fully answer your question, what else do you do after that if you're kind of all over the place? Well, definitely, you'd be surprised at the number of people who don't do this. Go back. And ideally, I think it's worth it. Buy the explanations if they're not included already with your course for that PT, and look at, if you don't get it right after blind review, look at JY's explanation and see what JY says. And if you still don't get it, then whatever it is, if it's a must be true question, if it's a method of reasoning question, whatever, go back and look at the video for that broad topic to make sure you get those right.
And I also stress
that makes, and then ask questions in the forum.
I would also stress
the more you can engage, the better. Well, I'm sorry.
I would also stress going back to the grammar parts. I think a lot of problems that people have are they kind of blow through some of those really, really early parts because they think they're so simple. Like the different parts of an argument, all that stuff that's actually done before you take your 2007 June diagnostic test. I find that a lot of it comes down to you just did not read that well because you do not understand the proper grammatical structure, or you didn't know how to break apart this particular argument in any sort of way. So yeah, I think if you cannot find, if you looked at the explanation, it doesn't make sense. If you go back and you look at the general question type and that doesn't make sense, then you might have to go back and look up the grammar stuff. You might have to look up dividing up the parts of an argument. You may have to look up the logic stuff and go through that section again because that's going to be a little harder to really pinpoint what you don't or don't understand. So you may have to just do that whole section again.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's kind of like math. A lot of this stuff builds on it. So you want to make sure you know the fundamentals. And that may or may not be the issue depending on who you are, but it's just something to keep in mind if you haven't fully done that. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Sherry had a question about how my PT is related. So look, here's an interesting thing. The first time was off for my PT. Right, I was PTing around the high 160s and the low 170s, and I ended up scoring a 162. Maybe it was because I needed more time to study more and I wasn't ready. Maybe it was because the rap concert outside. I don't know. I think JY said something interesting. I don't want to say this is entirely true, but he said it's not uncommon for you to be a few points below your average PT. I was definitely below my average PT then. Yeah. I don't know if it might have been by more. I don't know. And then real quick, the middle one, yeah. I went 165. I was certainly below my average PT. I will say this: So my third time I took it, I found myself in a situation like a lot of you are, where I had done just about every test. So a lot of those were retakes. And luckily at that point I didn't focus so much on that. I figured I knew the test. I focused on like doing other things. Like I took a top 10 list of the hardest logic games, and I made sure I mastered them with JY's foolproof way of like every one of the top 10 logic games. I made sure I could do in time and get flawlessly because I knew I'd see those patterns repeated. So I focused on stuff like that, like a little more isolated stuff, and I tutored. I still did PTs, but so I don't know if that's what contributed to it. But long story short, my average PT was well above 170. There were times, I'll be honest with you, when I was scoring like around a 178, and or stuff like that. Now I don't know if it's like, oh well, you just score below because they were retakes. I knew they could be inflated. So I was happy when I was scoring above a 178, around a 178. I didn't think that I needed to score a 178 to score a 173, but or I knew I was going to score a 178. But my point is that I knew that, okay, if I'm still scoring there, if I'm scoring around the 175 to 178 generally in these last few PTs, and I've taken them before, these were retakes for me. Yes, the high scores could be a function of the retakes. It could be that I'm learning better, I'm getting better. I don't know, but I've got room to lose points on. So when I was scoring there, and I knew they were retakes, and I knew that it could also account for a difference on test day, that's when I knew I was going to score. I felt confident I was going to score above 170, if that makes any sense.
It's really, this is like why I asked him to say this, because his story has been like so encouraging to me. Because like on my first take, I underperformed by like 7 or 8 points, and I was like, I had not scored outside of the mid 170s in months. And then I like had this 166, and I was like, I haven't seen that score since May, right? Like, and it's just, I mean, now that like I've like a lot of my study buddies and all of my friends have taken the test, and like I certainly know like what they were scoring before and like what they got. I now know it's normal to underperform, particularly on the first take. But I mean, like, just and also on the second take. So I mean, I'm sitting here waiting for my December score, and my my PT average is like 174, 175. So I'm just kind of sitting here. I'm like, just think about Jimmy. Jimmy's okay. Like seriously, like I've talked myself off a ledge a couple times because it's like, oh my God, what about But just like it's really, I mean, yeah, like we say this thing where it's like, oh, you'll score within 3 points of your PT average. Okay, well I didn't. I mean, like I should have gotten the lowest, I mean, based on that, the lowest score I should have gotten was like a 170 or 171, and I was well below that. And that was like freaking hard because I'd studied for like a year and a half, basically. But it's important to hear stories like this because, hey, Jimmy just got into Berkeley, y'all. Like, he took it 3 times. He's just fine. He's just fine. Like, so, I mean, it's just there are a lot of like really like crazy mindsets that people get into this test, and there's a lot of misinformation, and there's just a lot of insanity about. But I mean, I took the SATs 3 times, and I got into a university whose acceptance rate is below 7%. I did just fine. I was just okay. So you just gotta keep in perspective that like the path is different for everybody, and you just really need to do your best and be critical of your of where you're at, and just keep pushing for that goal.
I want to add to what Nicole said. Like, there's truth to this. Like, people are like, oh man, but I did 3 times, not the first time. Look, I mean, if it makes any difference to you, one of the reasons you could take it. I mean, yeah, you're limited on 3 times by LSAC, with maybe a few exceptions, but I think they're incredibly rare. But one of the reasons that, look, most of these colleges base everything on U.S. News and World Report. These law schools, excuse me. U.S. News and World Report counts your highest score. So, frankly, Berkeley doesn't care so much that I got a 162 the first time or 165. What they care about is I ended up getting a 173. And because that's going to help them. Same thing. I got into UC Irvine. And I like the school. I think it's worth considering to everyone out there. They want to make sure their rankings are high and they do well. So they saw my 173. They didn't care about the 165 or the 162. They knew that all U.S. News and World Report cared about was the highest score. So don't sweat it if you took it 3 times. It's not a bad thing. You might have some schools like will consider all 3.
Yale.
Some of the higher ones like Yale or whatever, but
Yeah.
whatever.
And Yale doesn't like multiple takes, but whatever. I don't like Yale.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think. Stanford, for example, they're going to look at all of them. I don't necessarily think that they're saying, "Oh, we're not going to hold you high." They are going to consider it. They are going to. They at least want to see it. They're not making any promises, but whatever. Berkeley's Berkeley. NYU is NYU. Like Columbia is 4th or something like that. Who cares? Or maybe you will get into one of those top 3, even with taking it 3 times.
Yeah.
But
Harvard doesn't care about 3 takes. Harvard doesn't care.
And we don't even know if these other schools care. It's just that they're making promises that they're not going to not look at those other ones. But I think this is also a great thing for life. I'm sure you could all go back and look at your life and think of things that you didn't get it right the first time. That's okay. The title of my post was "Getting Back Up."
Yeah.
And I think that's something you want to think about when you're getting ready.
I think that's also I wanted to tag on because it's funny that you were talking about. You made a great point about this could also just be our own perception, because my perception of Berkeley was it's all about GPA, it's all about the intangibles. The LSAT is really not that important, and if you take it 3 times, they're going to think something's fishy. But you got in and you had 3 takes, and so that's completely changed my whole viewpoint of what Berkeley might represent. So I think that's also something we have to take into consideration. It's there's really no rules. I think that's the one rule. There really is no rules for the most part.
Yeah. Great point, Dave. I think we get caught up in our heads too much. Oh, they're not gonna. I got 3. They're gonna. No.
Yeah. Nobody cares about that.
Yeah. Don't let the voice in your head hold you back.
Nobody cares about that except Yale. So, that's just kind of and maybe they don't even, because I have heard of somebody who got into Yale who had taken it more than once, but that's the stereotype about Yale, but that's the only school where it might apply. Literally every other school does not care if you have multiple takes. They don't care if you have 3 at all.
And I'm sorry, I don't want to forget Sherry. Sherry asked about, let's see, are the ones you circled. I want to specifically address this question because I think this is not giving you a hard time, Sherry. This is I want to fully address your question. BR is a more complex process than it's not that complicated, but it's often misunderstood. The way you ask the question, it makes me wonder if you understand exactly BR. And again, it's not your fault if that's the case. It's just that it's not as simple as it appears. So the nature of BR, I'm going to try to summarize it as best I can. And this is just a general summary, so forgive me, Nicole and Dave, if I'm not off on the finer points. So the gist of BR, the way it's taught on 7 Stage is this. You take the test. As you're taking it, you essentially mark or circle the ones you're unsure of in any way. Maybe you're unsure of why the answer is correct. Maybe you're unsure of why the wrong answers are wrong. But if there's some uncertainty, you mark it. Fine. Then when you're done, afterwards, for me, I wait the next day. Some people wait a few hours, whatever. You go back. You redo just the ones that you marked off as being uncertain about. And if you have the same answer, then great, put the same answer in. If you have a different answer, then fine, put the different answer in. You give yourself, at least according to the way 7 Sage teaches it, when you're doing that review, you give yourself unlimited time for that, within reason. Because that's where you're able to sort of get out of the game, so to speak, and just isolate the movement, so to speak, and think things through. That's how you do it. So when I read your question, I just want to be clear, Sherry. Like you're redoing by blind review. You're essentially redoing any question you were uncertain about, and you're not looking at the answers or the corrected answers. You're redoing it on your own, and then you're correcting. 7 Sage is a great tool for this. then you're correcting it with your regular answers, and then 7Sage is a way you can do it with your blind review answers. There are some variations, by the way, on how people do this, but generally this is how we do it. Does that make sense? Let me just have one other thing, and then I'll open it up if Dave or Nancy have anything, or if you want to follow up, Sherry. The reasoning behind it is, if I just do the regular thing, where I take a test, and then I'm like, all right, great, my ego is in jeopardy, let me see how I scored, and then I go and I say, okay, I got this score, okay, fine. And then I'm like, all right, well, let me go and review it to improve. And I say, okay, well, according to the answer key, the answer for number 7 is A, but I put C. And I'm like, all right, well, let me review it. Yeah, I guess I could see why the answer's A, and not what I put, which was C. The problem with that is, if you're like me, you're exhausted, you want to get through it, and you might be trying to convince yourself that you really get why the answer's A, because the book says it's A, so it must be A. When the truth is, you might get that the book says it, but you really understand why? By blind reviewing it and just knowing you were uncertain about it, you instead, just know you're uncertain about it, and so you have to think it through. And if you get the correct answer on your own, you've essentially created new neural pathways, and you're far less likely to get that answer wrong in the future because you've forced yourself to figure it out without just taking for granted that the book says it or trying to convince yourself you understand why the book says it. That's the power of blind review. So I'm sorry for the big, long spiel, but that's essentially how it works. Sherry, does that kind of make sense? Do you have any follow-up questions?
Hey, I'm just going to unmute so I can respond. Yeah,
yeah.
Actually, I understood the process. I've just heard multiple opinions, and I thought it would be healthy for all of us to hear your point of view on how it worked for you. Because I've heard some people say that they blind reviewed the whole exam time, and I don't know if that's as helpful as targeting the ones that you're most unsure of. So that's why
Good. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So that's why I wanted to put that question forward to clarify for everyone, because there seems to be a lot of people with different opinions.
Yeah.
On 7Sage about that.
We have different opinions because there's no kind of silver bullet answer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've done it both ways, right? I've done, and by the way, I talk about literally everything I'm about to say on my blind review video, which is available on 7Sage. You know, I've done, solo BR, I've done group BR, I've done guided BR with a tutor, right? I've done all those things. I have done solo blind review of the entire test. I've done solo blind review of just the ones I circled. I've also done a bunch of the fake blind review guys. So, I mean, there are benefits to all of these, and again, I mean, Dave addressed some of these points in the blind review video really well. There are benefits to all these methods, and you should go ahead and try all of them, I guess. But
yeah, I mean, I think
there's no silver bullet.
I think if you're early on in your prep, I think it does benefit you to BR every question because you're trying to you're trying to get as much of a feel as possible for every type of question.
Yeah.
But thank you, Lucy. But at a certain point, so there's a concept we haven't really talked about, which is confidence. Jay-Way talks about it a lot. It's a vital component to doing really well on timed tests. Is how confident are you in your answers as you are taking them? Because your confidence, in a way, affects your speed. Especially if you're somebody who really, I'm like, man, I can never get to I can only get to 21 questions on LR. That means that but if you're getting to a place, if that's your issue, then you really need to make sure that you're testing your confidence on the questions, during the test and then in the BR. If you get a what they call confidence error, when you were like, I didn't BR this one. That's important. That's vital. You need to know that. You need to get stung by that. You need to have that, oh, man, I thought that was right. Why did I make that mistake? So.
Yeah, and by the way, I want to apologize to Sherry. Either way, I wasn't. I hope I wasn't putting you on the spot or inferring something that you weren't saying. It's just that so often I see, and not through the fault of the student, but I often see a general misinterpretation or misunderstanding of blind review, and not like Nicole said, there are different techniques, there are different variations of it, and that's fine. But I feel like there's often a lot of a lot of misunderstanding. So forgive me for assuming that. And I never blame the student because it's a lot more complex than people think it is. But I'm glad you asked it, and I'm glad I actually misunderstood it because it allowed me to get that out there for anyone that might misunderstand it. I agree with Dave that reviewing every question is. I'm not really a big fan of it, but I think when I was going to say it, I would agree with Dave. The one exception I would make is when you look back, when I was first starting out, that's when I could see it as a benefit. Like doing that for every question would probably be helpful if you're just starting out. And then I will say, and then the regular blind review is fine. And I'll also tell you this. I didn't want to piss off JY or anything, but I went to the more. I think he's pretty chill. I went to the more abridged version of it between my second and third test, where I said, "Look, I know all these damn questions. I've done just about every PT, so I'm not even going to bother with like marking it up as uncertain. I'm just going to like if I get a question wrong. This is only what I did the last time. I said to myself, if I get a question wrong, then I'm just going to mark it down as wrong and then redo the question, not knowing what the answer is, just knowing I got it wrong and trying to figure out the right one on my own without the answer key. So that's like the really abridged version of it. But again, all of those versions of it like have the same concept because you're not looking at what the book says the answer choice is. The correct answer choice is. You're figuring out on your own. That way you're less inclined to be biased and not really get it. If that makes any sense. And just in the interest of time, someone else asked. I hope you guys don't mind. I just want to jump to Tyler asked a question. So let me. Is it okay if you don't mind? I'm just going to get to Tyler real quick. I think he was in my other workshop where you were talking about. I think or maybe you saw a recording of it where you talked. I talked about what I do 15 and 15 for LR. So a common strategy that people will do is they'll try to get the first 15 questions done in 15 minutes. And that's a good strategy because, okay, if you get 15 done in 15 minutes, then you've got 20 minutes left for the remaining 10. Those remaining 10 tend to be harder. So now you've got an average 2 minutes left, which is great. Now here's the issue. As most of you know, it's not a clear, straightforward increase in order of difficulty. So for example, 1 is the easiest, 2 is the second easiest, 3 is the third hardest. 1 is the easiest, 2 is harder, 3 is harder than that, 4 is harder than that, 5 is harder than that. It doesn't go in that clear straight line in difficulty. Rather, it has a general. It's like one of those graphs where it kind of like it goes up, but in that diagonal slope, but it meanders up and down as it goes. So like, for example, generally you'd expect 1 to 15 to increase in order of difficulty respectively as you go from 1, then 2 is harder, 3 is harder, 4 is harder than that. But then like maybe you'll get to 5, and 5 will be crazy hard. And then you'll get back down to 6, and you'll fall into the pattern where it's harder, but it's not crazy hard. 7, 8, and then 9 might be really easy, but then 10 jumps up and gets really hard. So my point is that while there's this increase in order of difficulty,
Uh-oh, Jimmy, what happened? You're like gonna get to your major point, and then we lost you.
fit, so to speak. Instead, so I'll answer questions. It looks like I get cut off there?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I was probably cut off at an important part, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it was like, and most importantly,
Let me pick up where I left off. I think I got it. Here's my tweak on the 15 and 15. I'll do it as a net and 15. So net of 15 rather than straight through 1 through 15. So if I do it as a net of 1 to 15, if I do it as a net of 15 and 15 minutes, I'm better off. So practically that could mean I'll answer questions 1 through 6, then all of a sudden question 7 seems crazy hard, so I'll skip it. Go to question 8 through 9, question 10 is crazy hard, so I skip it. Then go on to question 13, do that. Question 14 is crazy hard, so I skip it. Then I'll go all the way up to, say, question 18, right? And then, again, I skipped 3 questions, so I got a net of 15 in 15 minutes, if that makes any sense. Then I go back to those hard questions, get them under my belt. But the point is I do a net of 15 in 15 minutes. If question number 3 is crazy hard, I'm going to skip it. Just because it's 3 doesn't mean it's necessarily crazy easy. It might be one of those hard ones. They intersperse hard ones in the middle of the 15 to fuck with you. Excuse the language. So that's why, there might be 2 or 3 that I'll skip, so I get a net of 15 in 15 minutes. And then when I've got my remaining 20 minutes, I'll include those ones that I skipped.
Yeah,
and then, Nancy, you said something great about low-hanging fruit. Yeah.
JY mentioned something great about skipping questions to me one time. I thought it was really an awesome way of saying it. He said, look at your average. Whatever your average, how many wrong you get, right? So, let's say you've taken, 10 tests, and you're, averaging, 10 wrong on LR. Well, a great idea, a great strategy for skipping question is, ideally what you'd love to be able to do is to just improve a little bit on this next test. So if you're averaging 10, let's try to get 8 wrong this time. So what you can do is just have a strategy. Well, what if I just skip those 8? That means I have so much more time to work through those other, I do this math in my head, these other possibly 16 other questions, or not 16, 18 other questions, or 17, depending on what kind of LR the section is, that I can just devote for my 35 minutes. It's just about judiciously skipping those questions. And then if I have more time over, then I can finally look at those. It's a helpful way to think about it. So look at your analytics. If your LR, if you're getting 7 or 8 wrong, take 2 off and just have no matter what, I'm going to skip this many.
Hey, we should do a webinar on skipping questions.
Yes, we should.
Jimmy, I think we're gonna have to do it.
Yeah,
maybe we'll work Pacifico in on that.
I think it's one of the most underrated things. I only really began to realize the importance. I knew it was important, but I really began to emphasize the importance of it as I was doing my first actual LSAT, and I think that made a big difference in my score.
Yeah.
Even when you're scoring in the 170s, you still need to skip, and people think, I got to answer every question. Maybe, but skip doesn't necessarily mean skip entirely and just blindly guess. Skip often means skip and go back to later with fresh eyes.
Yes, the analogy that I use is, when you let's say you read a stimulus and you're like, this sucks. This is hard. Okay, well, guess what? You just you read it, and it's like clicking upload on a YouTube video, right? It's uploading now. So you go on, you do the other questions, and then you come back, and guess what? It's finished uploading. Okay, great. So now you have another shot at it. When you skip a question, you don't assume that you're not going to get it. You assume that you're going to get it, and it's just a question that happens to require a little bit more time to upload.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I tell you what, it wasn't until I started skipping, all the time that I was really in the mid 170s. I absolutely think that that's critical. If you watch JY, and by the way, you guys should buy the $5.97 videos for PT76, if for no other reason than JY included live videos of him taking 3 of the sections with running commentary on them, so you can see how he takes it. And I think he, on that particular PT, I think he got a 178. So you can see and he'd never done it before. You can see what a 178 score looks like. and you
Oh,
know,
he added
like
commentary to this one? I didn't
uh,
realize he added commentary.
oh, dude, yeah,
Oh, I can't.
he's got running commentary. So he's got both the regular videos he does, but also the live overhead videos with running commentary through the whole thing. And you can see how much he skips around. Like he's crazy. Like he's all over the place.
What was
Now,
this one?
what? Oh, this is on PT76 on the videos.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, and I mean,
Um,
I think we should, like, yeah, I mean, it's a great. People say, "Oh, what are traits of 170 scorers?" Skipping around.
skipping, skipping, like not caring, like
Yeah, not getting absorbed, not letting it mess with your head, just knowing the
yeah,
power
like
in knowing they're trying to mess with you. Because when you're aware of
yeah.
that, it kind of takes their power away a little bit.
Yeah, skipping without missed bubble time. Well, okay, so my thing was and again, dude, I think Jimmy, we got to do this webinar. We got to do the skip it webinar. But my thing is that you have the left side of the page and the right side of the page. So like I go back to the questions that I skipped before I turn the page. And I also only bubble like once I've done all the questions on both pages. I think that Jimmy's approach is super interesting, and it's one that I've literally never heard of, never thought of. I think it's great. This net 15 thing where it's like it's not that you get to number 15, it's just that you have done 15 questions, 15 like low-hanging fruit questions in 15 minutes. I think that's great. So that's a little bit I mean, do you bubble every question, Jimmy, or do you? At what point do you bubble?
Great point. No, bubbling groups. It's better for skipping
Yeah.
because you're less likely to miss bubble because you've put in something for when you skipped. So you have bubble in groups, and it saves time. You know, so like
Yeah.
I'll do it based on like a page. If it's LR, I'll be like, okay, or every 2 pages, I'll be like
Yeah.
BCD skip DE. I'll bubble BCD skip DE.
Yeah.
You know, like. Yeah, great question. Because bubbling one by one, if you skip, can lead you to making mistakes, and more importantly, it takes up time, and it can be distracting too.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I did a
Well,
question.
it breaks your momentum.
It does,
it
yeah. It gets you out of the zone.
Yeah.
Like
I think it's crazy.
if you're in your mode and you're like, okay, I'm going from question to question, you're in your zone. But you're absolutely right, Nicole. I couldn't agree more. If you stop the bubble every time, you get out of your momentum. Like,
Yeah.
No, it's silly. Break it up by pages, passages, or games. It makes your life.
That's
a lot
right. Same thing. That's the exact same thing I do. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, it's so funny because like you think that like the other thing is that you think that like once you're in the 170s, like you like know every question and you're like, yeah, I know, like I'm awesome, like you're just like fully confident all the time. No, I mean it's still like a very kind of like a scrappy process where it's just like nope, not gonna fall for that, goodbye, like and the other thing is that like I mean another thing is that you have to accept like my goal is not a 180, and even if my goal was a 180, I can on every single test miss at least one question and still get a 180. Sometimes you can miss 3. So even if you had the most like outlandish extreme score goal, you still like can and really should plan on missing some. And I think that the mindset that keeps you out of the 170s is the mindset where it's like, I gotta get all these right.
You're absolutely. I couldn't agree more. It's counterintuitive, but it's so true. Like that having that attitude, no, I gotta answer it, is probably gonna make you waste more time, mess with your head, and then you'll have less time or go in with less good energy when you get to the low-hanging fruit. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Trying to get every question right then and there is going to keep you from the 170s.
Yeah, it'll keep you out of it.
Open to coming back to it later is what's going to get you in the 170s.
Yeah, I mean, you might get into like maybe like the mid-high 160s with that kind of a mindset, but you're not going to touch the 170s with that. It's just not going to happen. You just don't have time.
So counterintuitive, but true.
Yeah.
So I don't know about you guys. Unfortunately, I really enjoyed this session, but unfortunately, I have to go in a little bit. if Nicole, if you and Dave want to keep
What are you
going,
talking about,
that's
Jimmy?
cool.
You've only been doing this for 4.5
but,
hours.
Yeah, come on, what are you doing?
What's wrong with you?
He's not used to these. He's not used to BR calls. Well, actually, he's been talking the whole time though. That's
He has been talking the whole time. It's exhausting.
your throat. Your throat probably hurts, Jimmy.
Be sure to hydrate.
I've got my
Yeah.
water bottle. I don't
Yeah,
know how
I
you're
think-
doing this with
I
getting
think-
over the flu.
Yeah, I think it's my pleasure, Emily. Yeah, I think this is a perfect time to wrap up. Jimmy, Darug, thank you very much. Everybody, I'm going to try and unmute everybody to give Jimmy a big round of applause, even if it's just me clapping, because I thought it was outstanding work yet again. And I'm very pleased that this is going to be a regular thing now. It's be on the lookout next on Tuesday for Nicole and Corey at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They're going to be talking about principal questions, and then we have slated for Saturday, the day after Christmas. I'm not sure exactly what time, but Blah 170 Blah is gonna do flaws and assumptions, and we're gonna hopefully get something going the next week after that. We'll figure this out. But now that we have GoToMeeting as a regular part of the workshop / BR group situation, I think this is going to be great. So on behalf of everybody involved, thank you so much for showing up. Hopefully we'll see some people on the BR calls tonight at 8 p.m. And have a great rest of your weekend, if not.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Dave. Thanks, Jimmy. You guys are awesome.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for everybody staying on.
Thanks, everybody.